hadirin sekalian, kami ingin memberitahu bahwa acara akan segera dimulai, maka kami mengimbau untuk mengisi kursi deretan paling depan. Terima kasih. Shalom and good morning for all of us. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Theology, Professor Pendeta Ishak Lakutu, PhD. The Honorable Deputy Dean of Faculty of Theology, Pendeta Iren Luji, MAR, PhD. The Honorable Head of Study Program of Faculty of Theology, Pendeta Mariska Lauterbum, Maths, PhD. The Honorable Coordinator of Humanitarian Affairs, Pendeta Gunawan Yuliagung Suprabowo, DTH. The Honorable Representative of Student Senate of Faculty of Theology. And last but not least, the Honorable all the audience, the panels, and the student of Faculty of Theology of Satya Wacana Christian University. Welcome to Satya Wacana Conference of Theology 2025. First of all, let us thank the Almighty God, because His grace and guidance, we can gather all in this place with a great condition. Ladies and gentlemen, Today we live in a world where full of diversity, full of beautiful people, beautiful culture. The technology is advancing. We can get knowledge in the palm of our hand. We can buy something without stepping outside. In this world, everything is possible. Everyone can be everything. In this world, there are limitless possibilities. But we as humans, we stumble. People fight because of differences. People cheat and steal money using technologies. People die because of starvation, while the rich enriched by the system. But yet the governments remain silent. The people close their eyes. But today, in this room, we will talk about that particular problem. Among us, there are already people that have idea, have solution, will open the debate, open the discussion for us to find a great solution to fight for change. And each of us in this room are somebody that Satya Wacana called as creative minority, a small group of people that want to bring a change. Therefore, I am Winky Xavier Emmanuel Zina, are very honored and delightful to be in front of these beautiful and wonderful faces, the faces of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next event, let us open this conference today with a prayer. I will lead this prayer. Let us pray. Our God who art in heaven, hallowed by the name, the kingdom come, the will be done in earth as in heaven. Please give us today our daily bread and forgive us from our trespasses, like we forgive those who trespass against us. Please don't bring us into temptation, but deliver us far from evil. For thine is the kingdom, for the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, our first agenda, we will sing the Indonesian national anthem, followed by Mars of Satya Wacana and Hymn of Satya Wacana. I invite all the guests to stand up. The audience, please be seated. Now, moving to the next agenda, we will listen an opening remarks by Head of Committee of Satya Wacana Conference of Theology. Please welcome.
Good day, everyone. First of all, I want to thank God so that this event can run well. Thank you to all my team and all of you who participate. I hope you take something away from this event. Thank you and forgive me.
Once again, give a great applause to the head of Satya Wacana Conference of Theology Committee. Next, we will listen an opening remarks by Chair of the Second Division of the Student Senate of the Faculty of Theology.
Shalom. Good afternoon, everyone. Peace be upon us all. The Honorable Professor Ishak Latu PhD, Dean of the Faculty of Theology. The Honorable Rev. Mariska Lauterbum, Mats PhD, Head of the Undergraduate Program in Theology. The Honorable Rev. Gunawan Zuli Agung Suprabowo, DTX, Coordinator of BKKK, Faculty of Theology. As well my dear and beloved friend from the committee and participant. First of all, let us give thanks to Jesus Christ, whose grace and faithful love has allowed us all together here in good health. Without his presence, this event would not have been possible. It is an honor for me to stand here at meaningful event. We are here with a common goal, which to provide a forum for students to explore and reflect on issue theology of solidarity and discuss them together at this conference. This program is important because theology is not only talking about academic knowledge, but also about how our faith encounter any reality of society. Southeast Asia consists of is rich in culture, religious and traditional diversity, theology of solidarity to be work together, knowing each other, and making up good life that reflect God's love, justice, and peace. Through this event, we hope to become strengthened by new theological insight and adding our perspective. Specifically, the purpose of the conference is to explore the relation between the Bible and issue theology of solidarity in Southeast Asia. Beloved brother and sister, my big hope all of us here don't only listen, but also actively participate and be realized of need. Share your reflection, experience, and question. On behalf of the committee, I would also like to express my deep appreciation to all those who have worked hard to prepare for this event. May God reward all your hard work and dedication. Finally, thank you for your attention. God bless us. Soli Deo Gloria.
Once again, let's deliver a warm applause for the Chair of Second Division of Student Senate of Faculty. Now we will listen an opening remarks by Chair of the Student Senate of Theology Faculty. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Shalom. It is my great honor to extend warm greetings to Professor Reverend Ishak Latu, PhD, Dean of the Faculty of Theology, Reverend Mariska Lauterbom, PhD, Head of the Undergraduate Theology, Reverend Gunawan Yuli Suprabowo, DTH, Coordinator of Faith Student, Cooperation and Alumni Relations. Our distinguished speakers and panelists from various countries, fellow theologians, scholars, students, and all participants of this conference, as well as the organizing committee whose dedication has made this event possible. First and foremost, let us offer our gratitude to God Almighty. By His grace and providence, we are gathered here for the significant ATESA International Conference under theme Theology of Solidarity. This theme emerges from both deep concern and a call of faith in response to the pressing realities of our world today. We live amid circumstances continuously marked by suffering and injustice, poverty that entraps millions of lives, human trafficking that violates human dignity, terrorism that undermines peace and humanity, sexual harassment that threatens the safety of women and children, cybercrime that grows rapidly in our digital age, and persistent discrimination against vulnerable groups. As a community of theologians and academics, we cannot remain indifferent. Theology must not be confined to abstract reflection, but must find expression in concrete solidarity, standing with a marginalized, giving voice to the silence, and work towards social transformation that is both just and dignified. This conference, therefore, provides us with a vital platform to critically analyze social realities through the lens of platform, exchange experiences across diverse cultures and national contexts, and formulate contextual and transformative theological strategies. In closing, I wish to convey my deepest appreciation to all who have contributed to the success of this gathering. May this conference be a blessing, broaden our perspective, and renew our shared commitment to building a world that is more just, peaceful, and humane. I wish you all a meaningful and fruitful this conference. Thank you, and may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with us all. Soli Deo Gloria.
Once again, let's deliver a warm applause to the head of Student Senate of Theology faculty. Now we will listen an opening remarks by Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs by Reverend Gunawan Yuli Agung Suprabowo, DTH.
Good afternoon, my brother and sister in Christ, especially the student of the Faculty of Theology at Satya Wacana Christian University. Welcome to the Satya Wacana Conference of Theology. Please apologize me as the coordinator for student affairs, partnership, and alumni. I'm delivering my speech online because until now I'm still on duty in Malang, East Java, maybe distance of about 373 kilometers from Salatiga. I see the Satya Wacana Conference of Theology as a very important and interesting event. Through this program, our student organization plays a crucial role in exchanging ideas, not only in national level, but also in Asian level. I think the student will be challenged in engage in dialogue and address many issues like human trafficking, discrimination, poverty, which occur not only in Indonesia but also in other Asian countries. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished speaker, Professor Mary Mi Yin Yung from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and especially Dr. Limuel from Central Philippines University, who also represents ATCA. Thank you very much for your willingness to contribute in this conference. I believe your presentation will be a great source of inspiration for our students, especially in understanding sociological perspective at the Asian level. I also encourage that this conference be used to develop academic discussion, not only among faculty, but also in forums for Asian students, which will enrich in our international relationship. I also want to thank for Professor Ishak Latu, the Dean of the Faculty of Theology at Satya Wacana Christian University, having recently appointed a full professor. Yes, I see he is the role model in pioneering international cooperation programs not only for lecturer but also for students. So finally, I hope the student will use this moment to ask many questions and share your opinions. You can use this conference to make your faculty more internationally recognized and also develop partnership at the Asian level. Thank you very much for your attention, your cooperation. I wish you all the best for this conference and may God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Let's give a big applause for ladies and gentlemen. Now we are about to arrive at the most anticipated moment. We will listen presentation from our great speakers. But before that, let me introduce our amazing moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pendeta Mariska Lauterbur Mats, PhD. So for the next 3 hours, I will give time for moderator to moderate the whole presentation. The whole presentation. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Winky. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? I hope everyone here is ready for our amazing conference, Satya Wacana Conference of Theology, with the theme Theology and Social Solidarity in Southeast Asia. So for our speakers, we have 3 amazing speakers. And I would like to call our first speaker, Profesor Pendeta Ishak Yohan Matrix Latu, PhD. Please come here. He is our brand new professor. Okay, so Professor Ishak will be our first speaker. And our second speaker is Professor Mary Mi Yin Yuen from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And our third speaker is Dr. Limuel Ekinya from Central Philippines University. And I, Mariska Lotterbom, will be your moderator for today's event. So each speaker, you will have around like 15 to 30 minutes for presentation. And then after that, we have around 30 minutes for our group discussion for our first and our second speaker. And unfortunately for our third speaker, because of the limit of the time, we will not have any discussion session for our third speaker. But for our first and our second speaker, we will have a discussion. Okay, so I believe all of you know Professor Isak Latu, right? He is our dean. And let me read his latest publication. In 2025, the title is Civil Sphere untuk Harmoni Sosial Islam Kristen di Desa Inklusi Bah Sulung, Sumatera Utara. Ya, dan kemudian juga in the same year, this year, 2025, eksplorasi dimensi-dimensi lived religion dalam nyanyian Osong Rambu Solo di Kabupaten Luwu. And another one in International Journal of Asian Christianity, Prof. Isak has written an article entitled Hybrid Religions Festivity as an Interreligious Civil Sphere in Central Java, Indonesia. So let us give a big round of applause for our first speaker, Professor Isak Latu.
So thank you so much, Ibn Ika. I'll like to time myself. So I'll go very fast. Slide, please. Yeah, it will be less than 15 minutes, I think. Slide, is there any slide? No slide? I sent it to Pastro email already. No? Oh, boy. Okay, so... yeah, probably. Yeah, let me open my... Okay, let me see my...
Good afternoon.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's coming here. I'll try to make myself very brief. So I will like to share with you my ideas, some of my thought on multiple solidarities in Southeast Asia. Because the theme today is social solidarity in Southeast Asia. So I would like to address what is going on in Southeast Asia region, especially when it's come to social problems, political problems, the problems related to democracy. So we'd like to cover the ideas of our social problem in Southeast Asia, then we go to what is actually social solidarity from scholar perspectives and what our agenda in the future looks like. So next. Okay. So this is actually Asian. I put it as Asian hub in Asian organization of Southeast Asian countries. So we shall upload the principle of democracy, the rule of law, and good governance, respect for and protection of human rights and fundamental freedom. So our Asian organization want to emphasize on the democracy, rule of law, good governance, respect and protection of human rights and fundamental freedom, including the freedom of religion. So democracy is actually our platform. Democracy, as you know, that this is the government by the people. No, it's not by elite, it's by the people. And rule of law is really important. It is part of our law enforcement. Because we can have law, like good law on the paper, but in reality, it's probably not. So rule of law is really important here. And good governance, it is really important if Southeast Asian country want to be a good country, and then good governance should be there. Say no to corruption and so on and so forth, and respect for human rights. We had rally demonstration last week and 2 weeks ago, I think. It took some lives, and we regret about the suffering of others. But we need to strongly endorse human rights in Indonesia and also freedom to express our idea. I was a student activist before, mantan ketua BPMF and BPMU, and during my time, it was 98 demonstration, rally, student rally, and I and some of my friends from Satya Wacana, we also organized rally, and I kind of feel regret that this time Satya Wacana students, they are quite on what happened outside. During my time as a student, we also say something about this. At least we make papers, strong paper, discuss with faculty members and give our ideas as part of solution to government in Jakarta. So I think you need to be active a little bit, see what happened outside. Okay, so this is like Asian for Peace. Asian is a locomotive of peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Asian shall respond effectively to the challenge and complex geopolitics, social, and economic environment in Indo-Pacific region and beyond. This is, peace is actually one of the main idea behind Asian, but also Asian serve as a part of locomotive for peace in Asian region and also in Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific is like Indonesia, Philippines, Malay, go up to China, Japan, and to Pacific countries. Next. So this is some major challenge in Asian countries. The first one is maintaining peace, security, and stability. This is problem because, let's say in Myanmar, they just experienced change from civil government to military right now. Aung San Suu Kyi government was really good in establish peace and security, but unfortunately, generals, military from Myanmar, they took over the office and changed everything. A major power rivalry in Indonesia and beyond is Indonesia also. We have so many rivalry among parties, ideologies, but also in the South Asian region, we have rivalries like China on one hand and United States of America on the other hand. So Indonesia just enter into a kind of group consists of Russia, China, Indonesia, North Korea, and then this is, I don't know, what's going to be our future. Are we going to be in this kind of group with North Korea? What should we learn from North Korea? If we go to the other side, what should we learn? So it is also kind of contested situation in Southeast Asia region. Jadi ada satu sisi mau ikut Cina atau mau ikut Amerika. Di sini ada Cina, Rusia, Korea Selatan. Apa yang Indonesia mau pelajari dari Korea Selatan, saya juga heran. Tapi kalau mau pilih ini, apa konsekuensinya? Jadi Indonesia ini seperti sedang berada di dua raksasa besar. Ada raksasa Cina di satu sisi, ada raksasa Amerika Serikat di sisi yang lain. Digitalization and its impact to future work. Kemarin saya di Amerika, 3 weeks ago I was in the United States of America and just found out that so many work that done by human being in the past now changed by machine. Jadi hal-hal yang dulu dikerjakan oleh manusia sekarang sudah dikerjakan oleh AI. Even yang menciptakan the creator of AI itself, they are now replaced by, substitute by AI. Jadi orang-orang yang bikin AI sekarang juga mulai tersingkir oleh AI itu sendiri. Nah, cyber security, artificial intelligence, this is our challenge in Indonesia. Teman-teman, semua data kependudukan kita, data pribadi kita, pemerintah Indonesia kasih ke tangan Amerika. Saya juga heran. Sedangkan pada sisi yang lain, Presiden Rusia kemarin waktu pertemuan pup saja diangkat oleh pengawal pribadinya. Presiden Korea Selatan duduk, semua sidik jarinya dihapus. Jadi itu menunjukkan betapa pentingnya data pribadi. Nah kita, data-data pribadi kita dikasih ke Amerika, heran saya. Ya saya juga lulusan Amerika sih, tapi tidak begitu juga kali ya. Data pribadi kita dikasih semua ke Amerika oleh pemerintah itu. Dan sayangnya pemerintah ini pemerintah yang banyak dipilih oleh generasi seperti teman-teman. Saya juga heran, kami angkatan 94 itu berdarah-darah sebenarnya. Karena beliau itu, lalu kemudian sekarang teman-teman pilih dia dan kondisi kita jadi seperti sekarang ini. Saya juga heran. Oh anyway, itu tanggung jawab kita sama-sama. Lalu food and water, kita we have some problem with poverty, it links to poverty. Kemiskinan sangat luar biasa, gap gaji DPR sangat tinggi sekali. Jauh dari angka UMR, dan this is also our problem. It's not only problem in Indonesia, but also problem in Southeast Asia region. We have Timor-Leste, our brother and sister in Timor-Leste, also in the Philippines, also they experience the same things. Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam also in some ways, probably only Singapore that consider probably developed country in Southeast Asia region. Hanya Singapura saja, yang lain no. We are all trapped under poverty. And also like kleptocracy. Klepto, you know klepto, right? Klepto, take somebody else money, take somebody else things without permission, and you think that this is good. This is also our elite in Indonesia, they do the same thing. Look at what happened in Raja Ampat, for instance. How they grab land in Raja Ampat. They also land grabbing also in Merauke. A lot of land grabbing also in southern part of Papua. Gap within, and also fake democracy. Democracy, the essence of democracy is actually, the governments to bring a good future or good life for the people. But instead of giving good life for the people, it is only something that benefit our elite. So this is actually I call it fake democracy. Iya ya, demokrasi itu harusnya memberi manfaat bagi masyarakat, tapi yang terjadi demokrasi kita itu hanya memberikan manfaat bagi para elit. Mereka hidup dengan sangat luar biasa, dengan kemewahan yang sangat luar biasa, sementara masyarakat sangat menderita. Ini bukan demokrasi. Ini demokrasi palsu, ini fake demokrasi. Nah, dan tadi juga kleptokrasi itu. Mereka memimpin hanya untuk mencuri dari masyarakat. Ini yang kalau dalam perspektif saya sebagai angkatan 94, 98, in my perspective, ini kleptokrasi, ini pemerintahan yang mencuri dan kemudian menyengsarakan masyarakat kecil. Okay, climate change, it is also part of our struggle in Southeast Asia and environmental problem. Tadi ada land grabbing di mana-mana, itu juga jadi persoalan. Pembangunan ini juga kelapa sawit terlalu banyak itu juga kemudian menghancurkan begitu banyak hutan dan dia menyisakan begitu banyak persoalan. Dulu waktu saya kuliah di Harvard, ada anak pengusaha kelapa sawit bisa sekolah di sana dengan biaya sendiri. Mahal sekali itu. Di business school lagi. Nah itu mahal sekali. Nah masyarakat kecil yang punya tanah kayak di Papua, di Sumatera dan sebagainya menderita sementara elit dan orang-orang yang punya modal mereka sangat dapat keuntungan. Pandemic and disease also our problem in Southeast Asia. Okay, next. So we have a lot of challenges in Southeast Asia. Then we should think carefully about that, and that's why we need social solidarity. Think beyond our group, and also have empathy toward others. So that's why social solidarity is really important. Next. Ayo. Next slide, please. Okay. Jadi, this is another challenge in politics. We have the rise of militarism in many ways. Myanmar, Philippines as well. We have problems also in Thailand, in Cambodia. In Indonesia also we have hampir semua gubernur kita, banyak gubernur sekarang ini dari kalangan dulu ABRI ya, tapi yang punya senjata. Banyak posisi-posisi sipil sekarang diduduki oleh para militer aktif. Jadi padahal sebenarnya the idea of democracy and reformation is actually give supremacy to the civil. Kasih supremasi ke sipil supaya bisa dikelola dengan baik. Karena kalau orang punya kuasa, punya senjata, punya cap, maka dia bisa lakukan apa saja. Lord Acton bilang begini, power tends to corrupt and absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. Ya, power tends to corrupt and absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. Ya, kalau dia punya senjata, kalau dia punya kuasa, kalau dia punya cap, kalau dia punya uang, lalu siapa yang bisa kontrol? Nah, yang also another problem here in Indonesia is citizen versus denizen. Denizen is from Aristotle politics. Like citizen is full warga negara, full citizen, and denizen is half one. Ini masalah kita dengan the problem of religious buildings. Permission to develop religious buildings or religious rituals, freedom for religious expression. Ini kita nggak punya, karena ibadah di rumah aja disuruh berhenti, ya kan? Lebih gampang izin untuk bangun panti pijat daripada bangun tempat ibadah, kan? Nah, ini juga jadi persoalan kita di Indonesia sekarang ini. Good governance versus oligarchy. Kita punya pejabat ini, dia mungkin tidak terlihat main proyek, tapi anaknya, menantunya, ponaannya, dan sebagainya. Itu create another problem. In Jokowi period, we enjoy the first part of Jokowi governance. The last one, when Jokowi put anaknya sebagai wakil presiden, menantunya sebagai gubernur dan lain-lain, besannya sebagai ketua MA, then we ruin our democracy already. Dulu waktu zaman Soeharto, semuanya juga tampak baik. Rusak setelah anak-anak Soeharto masuk bisnis. Ketika anak-anak Pak Soeharto masuk bisnis, jadi kacau. Sekarang ketika anak-anak Pak Jokowi masuk politik, sama, kacau. Dan persoalan kita terjadi ketika anak-anak Pak Jokowi mulai masuk politik. Gitu. Elite center and people center, what we wanna do? Elite center or people center? Pemerintahan yang berbasis pada masyarakat atau pada elit. Masalah kita dengan pemilihan misalnya, para elit bilang kalau pemilihan umum lebih banyak suapnya. Tapi kalau pemilihan lewat DPR, suapnya juga hanya dimakan oleh mereka. Pasti. Jadi, so what kind of government we have? What kind of authority also we have? So authoritarian turn also during Soeharto period, it was on the hand of militarism, military. Then after Reformation, it's go to civil society. Now it's come again to military. That's our problem. From the perspective of somebody who participated in the rally, organized rally during transition from authoritarian government to democracy, we kind of disappointed dengan situasi seperti ini. Sebagai Angkatan 98 yang dulu terlibat di dalam gerakan untuk menumbangkan Orde Baru, kami nampaknya agak kecewa dengan apa yang terjadi sekarang ini ketika posisi-posisi strategis tidak ditempati oleh sipil tetapi ditempati oleh orang-orang yang punya senjata. Lanjut. Oh iya ya, oke, last, oke. Nah, nanti belajar sendiri ya, tapi social solidarity itu, theory of social solidarity, it is not actually start from the West, it is start from the Arab continent. Ibnu Khaldun, who introduced the concept of asabiya, a solidarity, way like 500 before Durkheim introduced the theory of mechanic and organic solidarity. We have also Marhainism in Indonesia when Sukarno introduced the concept of social solidarity with the poor in Indonesia called Marhainism. So the theory of social solidarity is not only from the West, but we in Indonesia, we have that. In the middle, you have American Tocqueville, Bella, Parsons, they also study about social solidarity. Tapi inti dari solidaritas sosial ini adalah keluar dari zona-zona nyaman kita. Berempati dengan orang lain, that's the key dari social solidarity. Lanjut. Next. Oke. Nah, di dalam kekristenan kita, social solidarity, like Jesus himself is a symbol, as example of social solidarity. When the divine cross the border, becoming human being, then die, rose again in the moment of resurrection as the moment of social solidarity. Jadi social solidarity is also a bridge for peace, for reconciliation, for forgiveness. We need forgiveness, we need reconciliation in order to have a peace. That's why Jesus Christ become our bridge for peace and social solidarity. This is example of social solidarity. When you talk about social solidarity in our Christian theology, you will see many examples, but Jesus Christ is also example of how solidarity come into being. Oke, lanjut. Ya, next. Next ya. Oke, next. Oke, in social solidarity you can have political solidarity, you can have solidarity in your organization, you can have solidarity in everyday life with your friends, with your neighbors. You can have solidarity, social solidarity in virtual public sphere. Last night, Ibn Ika talked about click. And click is really important ya. Kalau ada orang yang berduka, kita juga kasih emoticon sedih. Dan berusaha untuk kasih emoticon sedih karena kita sedih betul bersama dengannya. Jadi, now we have also social solidarity in digital public sphere. It's not only in our everyday life, but also in digital life. So click is really important. Through click, you can also express your solidarity, social solidarity with others. So these rooms can be means for social solidarity. Jadi social solidarity itu bisa dilakukan dari semua ini, termasuk satu klik juga bisa menunjukkan solidaritas sosial. Lanjut. Ya, last one ini. Lanjut. Nah itu sudah, thank you, terima kasih. Thank you so much. I need to run to the airport now, because tomorrow I will talk to a community in Jakarta, and then after that we will have a program with STT Jakarta. So I thank you so much. I appreciate Kenneth, Yoga, Pasros, your work. At least what are you doing right now is the first step. Tidak ada langkah 1000 tanpa langkah pertama. Jadi yang sudah dilakukan sekarang ini langkah pertama, karena we never have such international conference for student, undergraduate student conference before. I was student activist myself, but this is the first time. Jadi ini pertama kali dalam sejarah Fakultas Teologi baru ada undergraduate student conference kayak begini. Jadi ini sudah bagus, sebagai langkah pertama nanti dilanjutkan, tapi sebagai langkah pertama itu sudah keren sekali. So thank you so much, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for good example for your successor in the future. So ya, terima kasih begitu ya teman-teman, thank you so much, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so we will have around 10 minutes discussion. So we will have like 2 yang mau bertanya, ya silahkan. 20 minutes, but Professor Ishak will go to airport. So probably we'll only have like 10 minutes for 2 questions. Silahkan yang mau bertanya, you can ask in Indonesian too. You don't have to speak in English. Okay, so Professor Latu talked about multiple solidarities across Southeast Asia. And Professor Latu mentioned about a lot of challenges that we are facing currently as, Southeast Asia society. And the proposal is like define solidarity for bridge peace. Yeah. So, is there any question, comments, concern, reflection, anything? You can say it now in Indonesian or in English. Silahkan. Ada yang mau bertanya? Ada? Ada? Mana? Ada yang mau bertanya? Angkat tangan, komentar. Oke, so probably ada. Baju kotak-kotak. Iya. No? Okay, no. So, no question? Okay, please Tari. Tari and Derry. Okay. Microphone, please. Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Sebenarnya pertanyaan ini muncul ketika saya melihat banyak sekali provokator yang ada di dalam media sosial. Jadi di sini kita mengetahui bahwa media sosial itu influence our mind. It's very influence our mind. Itu sangat mempengaruhi pola pikir kita ketika kita melihat apa yang terjadi di media sosial. Apalagi pada saat ini, pada saat era digital, apa-apa kita selalu pakai handphone, apa-apa kita selalu cari apa-apa di Instagram kah, di TikTok kah, atau media sosial lainnya. Nah, di sini kita melihat ada sedikit, kalau bagi saya, ada sedikit permasalahan di mana banyak Gen Z pada saat ini yang mau terikut provokator di dalam media sosial yang ada dalam menghadapi tantangan Indonesia pada saat ini. Karena tadi kita membahas tentang Indonesia. Jadi Bapak, saya ingin bertanya, bagaimana sih teologi hadir di dalam kondisi yang pada saat ini media sosial sangat mempengaruhi mindset kita dalam mengambil sebuah tindakan, apalagi menyangkut tentang Indonesia yang sedang tidak baik-baik saja dan terikut-ikut oleh provokator yang ada. Kemudian jika jawabannya adalah ya kita harus ambil alih, harus kita ambil sesuatu yang bisa mengadilkan. Lalu adil yang seperti apa yang menurut teologi itu baik untuk saat ini kita lakukan. Karena kita lihat bahwa adil sama kita belum tentu adil dengan orang yang lain. Lalu adil yang bagaimana jika teologi hidup dan teologi ada untuk saat ini. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you Tari for your question. Thank you very much. Okay, and then our second from Derry, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Derry, and I'm gonna ask a question about collectivism, about clique. My question is, how collectivism make an impact for social solidarities, and is there actually real evidence that collectivism make an impact in politics or something? And should we take a part in collectivism? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derry. Okay, so we have two questions. How does theology respond to the issue of provocacy, social media, digital solidarity? And then the second one about clique citizens. Is there any real evidence? Silahkan Kak. One more? Is there one more, last one? Yakin gak ada? Bisa pakai bahasa Indonesia juga, asal jangan bahasa daerah. Oke, silahkan Kak.
Oke, yang pertama tadi siapa namanya? Tari yang suka menari nih ya. Ya kan Tari kan sering menari di sini, gitu. Menarik Tari ini yang pertama ketika kita belajar teologi, hal yang juga penting dipelajari adalah hermeneutik, ya kan? Adik-adik baru belum? Sabar ya. Yang baru 2025, kalian akan belajar tentang hermeneutik. Dan hermeneutik itu basisnya juga adalah critical thinking. Karena itu berpikir kritis menjadi penting, mencari informasi yang mendalam menjadi penting Tari, supaya tidak terjebak dalam logika para provokator. Kita harus mencari informasi secara mendalam, dan kalau bisa cari informasi dari dua sisi, tidak hanya dari satu sisi. Jadi data-data yang mendalam, dan karena itu nanti Mas Warto itu mengajar mata kuliah metode penelitian. Ini bagian dari metode penelitian, karena itu teologi perlu dibantu oleh metode-metode yang tepat, termasuk metode penelitian. Supaya kita tidak akhirnya jadi judgment, kita menjudge segala sesuatu hanya dengan pikiran kita sendiri dan merasa bahwa pikiran kita itu yang paling benar begitu. Jadi lihat dari semua sisi. Saya pernah jadi wartawan dulu Tari, senior, wartawan serius, dan yang diajarkan di jurnalistik itu salah satunya adalah cover both sides, kemudian berkembang jadi cover all sides. Jadi artinya perlu dengar dari semua sebelum kita sendiri bikin keputusan. Jadi perlu belajar lihat lebih jauh sebelum kita ambil keputusan. Nah logika itu yang sama ketika banyak generasi muda itu memilih pasangan tertentu kemarin di pemilu, itu karena terjebak dalam logika artificial intelligence itu, dan kemudian membuat banyak orang memilih satu sisi, tapi lupa bahwa ada banyak catatan human rights, catatan kekerasan terhadap demokrasi, jejak-jejak memang digitalnya tidak terlalu banyak, tapi jejak library-nya itu banyak sekali. Jadi jejak-jejak literasinya di perpustakaan itu banyak sekali. Jadi karena itu critical thinking, hermeneutics nanti metode penelitian itu perlu dilakukan. Tapi teologi memang harus hadir di situ. Karena teologi itu salah satu yang paling penting dari bagian berteologi itu adalah bagaimana menghadirkan Allah bersama dengan orang-orang yang menderita. Dan itu jadi penting. Nah, yang pertanyaan kedua tadi, ya klik. Nah ini we have success story on this. When a group of activists from Maluku, especially they're based in Masohi actually, they start a change.org petition on undang-undang something links to Sunday school, Indonesian government policy that links to Sunday school. Jadi at the time, government plan to limit Sunday school only like if they have 15 students in one Sunday school, and Sunday school can run. You can run Sunday school only if you have 15 students. Tapi kan di banyak tempat kan siswa sekolah minggu itu bisa tidak 15. Di perumahan tempat saya itu ada 5 orang saja, jadi satu Sunday school. Gitu. Nah, kalau itu yang terjadi, berarti terjadi diskriminasi kan. Nah, karena itu di change.org dibikin dan berhasil, akhirnya rancangan undang-undang itu dibatalkan. Jadi, we have some success story. We have also success story of people in Dayak community when they vote against international corporation that want to take their land in, I think, Dayak Ngaju or something. I'll need to check Paroi Sianenia dissertation. He's the one who worked on that, on how they vote international cooperation in digital online space, and then they want it. Jadi mereka bikin kampanye bahwa perusahaan ini based di Australia atau di Amerika, itu nanti saya cek disertasinya ada di rumah saya. Jadi kampanye di pasar modal bahwa mereka ini melakukan land grabbing, perampasan tanah terhadap tanah adat masyarakat Dayak. Dan akhirnya perusahaan itu pasar sahamnya turun dan akhirnya mereka tidak bisa beroperasi di sana. Nah itu that's at least two examples of the success story of digitalism. So clicks is also important for social solidarity and social change. Gitu ya. So thank you ya. Udah, Rika.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Ishak Latu. So remember that theology is about how to bring God into our everyday engagement. And for us, Jesus supposed to be the example of radical solidarity. Ya, jadi Tuhan Yesus itu sebenarnya menunjukkan solidaritas yang radikal, ya, that crosses boundaries. So how to move from multiple solidarity to inter solidarity as Southeast Asian community. Let us give a big round of applause for our speaker, first speaker, Professor Ishak Latu. Okay, so hi for our audience from Myanmar and from Myanmar and okay, so we also have international participants, not only us here in this BU, but we also have like online participants from all over Asia. So thank you very much and hi, and I hope we have a lot of takeout from our first speaker of today, Professor Ishak Latu. Thank you, Professor Ishak Latu. Let us give a big round of applause for Pak Ishak. Thank you, Kak. Okay, so let me check. Our second speaker, Professor Mary Mi Yin Yuen. Panitia, sudah ada di Zoom? So we can start our next speaker. Sudah? Panitia, apakah Ibu Mary sudah hadir? Belum. Okay, so our second speaker, we will have our second speaker around 2:30. So right now, 10 more minutes. Sudah? Okay, so good afternoon, Professor Mary. Can you hear me? Okay, we cannot hear you right now, but let us check our connection.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. Thank you very much.
So can we start now?
Can I share my PowerPoint first?
Yes, sure, please.
Let me check.
Okay, while we waiting for Professor Mary, let me introduce her.
Can you see my screen?
Okay, yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so let me introduce Professor Mary. Professor Mary Mi Yin Yuen is Professor of Social Ethics at the Holy Spirit Seminary College of Theology and Philosophy in Hong Kong. She is also a researcher at the Holy Spirit Study Center, also based in Hong Kong. She is the executive editor of Tripod, a bilingual publications, Chinese and English, of the Holy Spirit Study Center with focus on Christianity in China. She received her PhD in Interdisciplinary Studies, Christian Ethics and Chinese Social Thought in 2014, and MA, Master of Arts in Theology, Ethics and Social Theory from the Graduate Theological Union, Berkeley, USA. So Mary also graduated from the same school with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so nice to meet you. Okay, so her Licentiate of Sacred Theology, Social Ethics is from the Jesuit School of Theology, Santa Clara University, USA. And right now, Professor Yuen served as the coordinator of the Ecclesia of Women in Asia, a pan-Asian movement of Catholic women doing theology, not right now, but during the term 2020 to 2022, and is a member of the coordinating team from 2018 until now. She is the author of the book Solidarity and Reciprocity with Migrants in Asia, Catholic and Confucian Ethics in Dialogue 2020. She is also a co-editor of Displacement and Disqualification, Asian Feminist Theological Perspectives 2022, and editor of Go Forth, Promoting Love, Oral History of Hong Kong Catholic Lay Missionaries 2018 in Chinese. She has presented at various international conferences and has written a number of articles on various topics. Her research interests include social ethics, feminist ethics, ethics and spirituality, migration, role of women and laity in the church and society, Confucian ethics and intercultural, interreligious dialogue, Christianity in China, Hong Kong, and Asia, etc. For church ministry, Professor Yuan serves as an advisor of the Hong Kong Catholic Commission of Labor Affairs and the vice chairperson of Hong Kong Catholic Lay Missionary Association. She also served as a board member of the Mission for Migrant Workers of the Anglican Church in Hong Kong. So this is a very excellent bio from our second speaker. And today, Professor Mary will discuss with us solidarity with the vulnerable in Southeast Asia women, migrant women as an example. So Mary, you have around 30 minutes for the presentation and also around 30 minutes for the discussion. The time is yours. Please, Mary.
Thank you very much. I think the student representative told me I have an hour to present. Just to make sure, is it half an hour or an hour?
Okay, let me check. Panitia 30 menit atau 1 jam? Okay, so it's 45 to 50 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind introduction and giving me the chance to share with you all. I'm happy to share a bit with you. Yeah, when I first invited Professor Isaac was my fellow schoolmates at GTU too. So I'm happy to accept the invitation. And so continue this introduction. I will share a little bit more about my own experience as a young student, like most of you. That affect a lot about my future study and ministry and my research interest also. So I would like to share a bit my experience during my college life. My social consciousness emerged during my university studies when I visited the underprivileged who live on boats and the so-called cage houses in Hong Kong with my Christian friends. So soon after I graduate, I joined the Hong Kong Justice and Peace Commission of the Catholic Church in late 1990s as a full-time church worker working in social justice ministry. Since then, I have been involved in various social issues and human rights issues relating to the underprivileged groups such as Vietnamese refugees, migrant workers, ethnic minorities, and low-income workers. I have chances to engage with these groups. Many of them were migrants or people of another ethnicity. The problems they face involve both unjust social policies and in different attitudes of the local community, including the Catholic community. So gradually, I found that to work together persistently to change unjust social structures, consistent commitment to solidarity with these marginalized groups is necessary. Some social virtues in a religious or secular community are imperative to foster such an attitude in a virtuous life. So during that time, as a pastoral worker of the church, I often reflect on how to motivate members of the church to concern themselves with the marginalized of the society, based on the social teaching of the church. Aiming at guiding people's behavior, Catholic social teaching is the intersection where Christian life and conscience touch the real world. Treating the poor and the marginalized with care and hospitality has always been an important teaching and life experience of Christians in different ages of the church. Thus, later, when I further study in my research, I try to explore these issues. So through the principle-based human rights approach, church leaders and other ethicists, I think, can highlight the duties and obligation of political and economic leaders as well as Christians in upholding justice and working towards the common good, making sure that the poor and the vulnerable, including the migrants, can access resources and participate in economic, social, and political life. Whereas through nurturing virtues and following the model of Jesus, Christians can be touched and transformed. empathetic and sympathetic feelings can be aroused. So they are moved to carry out partial actions in accordance with the social mission of the church, leading to human flourishing and union with God. Problems relating to interpersonal relationship and social integration of the marginalized can be addressed. These approaches are complementary to each other. So in this presentation, I would like to employ the case of women migrant workers as an example of the marginalized groups. After discussing the phenomenon of labor migration and the challenges the women migrant workers face, I will explore an ethic of solidarity as a response to their needs. Based on some example of moral practices, I will discuss how to extend solidarity with these migrant women in Asia. This can be an example of solidarity with other disadvantaged groups in Asia. Okay, so let me start my presentation on the migrant women. So today, migration is a global trend, and the number of people on the move is escalating. Some migrants and refugees migrate to escape poverty, war, conflict, and devastation in their own countries, whereas others move to other places and try to improve their livelihood and opportunities, to seek family reunion or marriage, or to pursue personal aspirations. Labor migration or labor export has become one of the key features, as well as an outcome of neoliberal globalization in many countries. Women play an increasing role in all regions and all types of migration, and the migrant is a gender subject. In the context of gender labor markets, female immigrants' labor may be recruited for particular kinds of jobs in the globalized economy, such as domestic service. Some scholars call the globalizing domestic service global care change. In many Asian countries, the remittance by women migrant workers improve the livelihood and health of their families and strengthen economies such as Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Yet, displaced and migrant women's needs, priorities, and voices are often neglected when designing policies aimed at protecting them. Thus, giving a voice to women in decision-making and expressing their needs and concerns is imperative. This can lead to policies and strategies relating to their lives being more sustainable and responsive. Women migrant workers very often have to face the problem of sexism, racism, and casteism in a private working environments. The issue they face differ from those of the other workers. So following, I would like to discuss the challenges and hopes of the women migrant workers in Asia. And first of all, I would like to narrate employ the narrative of a foreign domestic helper in Hong Kong, because migrant workers in Hong Kong share quite a large number. The number of migrant workers is primarily composed of foreign domestic helpers. In Hong Kong is one of the places of Asia that share a large number of migrant workers, mainly from Philippines and Indonesia, 55% and 42% respectively. And in 2024, the number is about 368,000. So it shares quite a large number, even about almost 10% of the local workforce. So now I would like to pick up one story of an Indonesian woman, because most of you, I think, are from Indonesia or maybe from some other Southeast Asian countries. Maybe you have heard of such stories before. So I call this lady Lina. So she is a 26-year-old Indonesian woman when being interviewed. She worked as a domestic helper when she first went to Hong Kong. So she worked through an employment agency to secure a job. Once in Hong Kong, both the Indonesian and Hong Kong employment agents told her that she must pay extortionate agency fees amount to $2,600 through a debt bondage arrangement. And upon arriving in Hong Kong, her passport and employment contract were taken by the Hong Kong agents, who told her that they had been confiscated for safekeeping and to prevent her from running away from her employer. Nina was held under the continued threat of penalty as she was subject to ongoing verbal, psychological, and physical abuse. She was denied all days off, denied sufficient food, and made to work almost 20 hours a day with less than 4 hours of sleep per night. At first, she was too afraid to leave her employer and did not know where to seek assistance. And the physical violence escalated as her female employer kicked her in the back on multiple occasions, causing painful back injuries. So Lina finally managed to escape when she encountered another Indonesian. She was assisted by the women workers shelter to pursue her civil claims and to follow up her police report of physical assault. Lina's story is one among the many foreign domestic workers in Hong Kong. While not all domestic workers have such bad experience, but Lina's experiences should not be ignored. The demand for large number of women migrant workers originate with the increase in wealth of upper and middle class of Hong Kong Chinese and the decrease in the availability of local workers since the 1970s. And this story is taken from two scholars' report about violence and stories of the women migrant workers. So these women, each of them have their own unique stories, but if we look at them as numbers without attending to the complexities of each life, we may neglect their special needs without affirming them as human persons with dignity. And we may feel indifference towards them, not taking any steps towards showing concern for them. Their identities as migrants, women, and lower class lead them to face a threefold marginalization based on ethnicity, sex, and class. As migrants, they shoulder the burden of dislocation, separation from their families, and adjustment. As temporary workers, many are unable to enjoy basic civil rights and protection, decent living and working conditions, family and social relationships, and respect as local citizens. As domestic live-in workers, there is a lack of privacy and they are isolated from the bigger society. As women, they may face the risk of sexual harassment. The challenges they face are multidimensional, including personal, familial, and interpersonal and structural. According to the United Nations Working Group on Women Labor Migration, women's participation in labor migration is growing, both in numbers and in the share of local migrants. So we can see the push and pull factors that affect women's the increasing number of migrant workers. Employment opportunities for women in their own countries are limited, whereas certain employment sectors in countries of destination seek to employ women. They are disproportionately represented in the domestic work and care sectors, such as taking care of children, the elderly, the sick, or the disabled alongside domestic duties. Women also work in the entertainment and hospitality industries. These industries are regularly considerable less attractive to national workers due to being stigmatized, having low status, or being low paid. Such jobs perpetuate gender inequalities and sexism, manifesting in discriminating attitudes, perception, and behaviors towards women, migrant workers. This in turn may increase the risk of facing violence and also detrimentally influence policy on labor migration and violence against women. Filipino scholar Gemma Cruz points out that the prevailing global job market is unjust, especially for women. The new International Division of Labor defines female roles in terms of sexuality, reproduction, and domesticity, with a market ethos of commodification. Migrant workers are regarded as needed but unwanted, cheap, and exploited. Their jobs are dirty, dangerous, and disdained. Employing the concept of social exclusion and inclusion to examine the case of women migrant workers, we can understand more about how they are excluded and marginalized in a society. Nobel Prize winner economist Amartya Sen argues that the concept of social exclusion is useful in studying human deprivation under the negative social impact of globalization because of its focus on the multidimensionality of deprivation and its emphasis on relational process rather than the individual. Being socially excluded in their homeland, women migrant workers cannot find jobs in their own countries and have to work overseas. When they work in another country, they have to face the problems of being excluded from political participation, welfare protection, labor rights, and legal protection as other citizens. They are not respected as members of society. In a UN report on women, it highlighted the vulnerability of domestic workers to violence and exploitation, and the need for concerned efforts in providing accurate health information to domestic workers. Two Hong Kong scholars, Lee and Peterson, conduct interviews with some domestic workers. Some of them suffer from salary reduction and underpayment, confiscation of passport, working long hours without day offs, verbal abuse, and physical assault. Ethnicity, race, gender, and class are challenges facing domestic helpers in claiming, asserting, and realizing their labor rights. In spite of the vulnerability working environments, more and more women wanted to join the migrant labor force. Why? The income of foreign domestic workers is not only important for the workers and their families, but it is also a source of revenue for their home governments and for employment agencies in receiving countries. According to sociologists Ligaya, Lindio, McGavin, the feminization of labor export reflects the globalization of reproductive labors, turning it into a wage commodity in the foreign household where others profit from the trade. Women migrant workers describe themselves as hanging on a double-edged sword. If they stay, they would not be able to provide for their family's basic needs. Yet, their lives as migrant domestic workers were difficult and full of sacrifice. Many of these problems need government efforts to improve policy and service of migrant women from a social justice and structural perspective. However, local people, including the Christian community, should be transformed as they can play an important role in making the lives of the migrant women easier, showing support to them as they strive for basic rights. There is a need to develop a perception among Christians that will give rise to compassion for the marginalized migrants. Nurturing the ethics of solidarity is imperative. So now I would like to employ biblical stories to ask ourselves, caring for the underprivileged, is them strangers or neighbors? The situation of the migrant women workers show about, let us rethink this question. Who is our neighbor in the gospel? Posed by the lawyer who wanted to know who was covered by the love command of God. Jesus wanted to widen his perception and reply with the parable of the Good Samaritan and the injured stranger, as depicted in the Gospel of Luke, challenging the lawyer and also us with the meaning of being a good neighbor. We live with the migrant workers in the same society or in the same community. It seems we are very close to them, but yet so far. In this parable, Jesus tells the lawyers and also to us that being his disciples, we must become neighbors to the despised stranger. The Christian commandment, love your neighbor in the gospel, challenge the usual notion of labor. Liberation theologian Gutierrez state that to be a Christian is to draw near, to make oneself a neighbor, not the one I encounter in my journey, but the one in whose journey I place myself. The neighbor is the one to whom I draw near, and I am an agent of history. In this story, we can see that the world, with its arrangement of insiders and outsiders, was subverted by God's reign. The Samaritan surpassed the care that would be appropriate for a fellow countryman in the aid to aid this stranger, who might belong to his ethnic group's worst enemies. The Samaritan, who moved in his inmost heart by compassion, became because he saw someone has hurt, but no one cared about him. His compassion was no fleeting sentiment. It took a head to the victim's continuing needs. We can see that what loves require is not merely this or that deeds of love, but one's very self in the concreteness of one's heart. This compassion becomes a way of seeing, of perceiving, and we have a new model for looking at others. So if we take this parable seriously, if we take this parable seriously and play with a spiritual practice, it can nurture our virtues of compassion, hospitality, and solidarity, which would bring transformation in our perception and character. It may drive us to take action to approach the injured strangers, such as the migrant women in our community. In response to the situation of the women migrants in Asia in general, and Hong Kong in particular, we need to respond collectively. So below, I'm going to offer some ethical reflections and introduce some examples of pastoral response. So as demonstrated above, migrant women are forced to face marginalization on 3 fronts based on their ethnicity, sex, and class. Many are unable to enjoy basic civil rights. Justice is both a key theme in the scripture and Christian teaching, and a cardinal virtue in the Catholic tradition too. In the scripture, justice contains the meaning of showing concern for the weak and the vulnerable, which is mandated in law, and biblical justice always has a prophetic dimension by the way of entering into conflict with oppressive structure of injustice. Justice aims at restoring our right relationship with God, human person, and creation. Justice teaches us that the well-being of the individual and community are interrelated in such a way that what promotes one promotes the other, and what harms one also harms the other as well. In Catholic social thought, social justice is expressed through principles such as holding human dignity and human rights, option for the poor and common good participation, and rights to integral development. These principles offer direction to build a just and fair society in which people can live a good life. So the principle that all human persons have the same and equal human dignity is utmost important in upholding the dignity of migrant women. Every person is an end in himself or herself, not a means to some other purpose. Every human being has tremendous worth and value and should be treated with great respect. The dignity of people must come before profits. All people have to help each other to flourish. So you can see each migrant or migrant worker is a human person and should not be treated as a commodity or a mere workforce. Women cannot be looked upon as an object or a tool. Now I would like to employ the ethics of solidarity for further reflection. So when one lives far away from the homeland, apart from meeting material needs, what one desires is to accepted by the local people and to integrate into the community. Thus, apart from hospitality or compassion, the virtue of solidarity is very much needed in any community or society. So I would like to elaborate a bit about the meaning of solidarity. First, solidarity as upholding women's dignity and moral agency. Solidarity is both a moral virtue and a social attitude, helping us to have the conviction of the unity and interdependence of all human beings. It is not a feeling of weak compassion or shadow distress at the misfortunes of people. It is concerned with relationships and mutuality, bringing together elements of love and justice. It moves us to see the other as ourselves, members of the human family. This awareness directs us to the force to work for the common good of all. With solidarity, we would promote the dignity and affirm the human dignity and moral agency, respecting the basic rights of the migrant women. So what these migrant human rights refer to, I will elaborate a bit later. So secondly, solidarity refers to redefining difference and making connections. Migrants are often regarded as outsiders of a country or a city, according to the needs and situation of a society. With the change of the society, the labels of migrants will also change. Differences between the migrant community and the mainstream society exist at various levels of society, and symbolic meanings are produced and reinforced through the media. We would learn to deal with differences in a respectful way and appreciate other cultures. Differences is not necessarily refers to politics of domination and oppression. It can also be redefined with constructive meanings, used for connection among people, and treating each other with equality and mutuality. If we try to understand each other's differences through dialogue or networking, we can truly relate with other people and achieve the vision and make connection. So to be consistent with solidarity and with the sufferings, a person would welcome generously, listen carefully, convert truthfully, and take responsibility wholeheartedly, treat others as equal partners humbly, and be able to change oneself wisely. This is according to another liberation theologian, Leonardo Boff. So one example is that the employers will respect their domestic helpers' free time and giving them space and time to develop their interests and potential talents. So I give this as one example. I found this in news reporting that some employers allow their domestic helpers to use their own free time to join some leisure activities such as running a marathon. So this is one of the domestic helpers who join a yearly marathon organized by a local bank. And this migrant domestic worker, so every evening after she finished her work, she will go out to practice running. And then after several months, she joined this marathon running. And then her story was narrated in a documentary. And you can also find this in the YouTube channel. So I found amazing when I saw this story. And because this domestic helper really have the persistence to practice running, and then her domestic and her employers were also interviewed, sharing why he and she were allowed the domestic helpers to use his free time. In fact, very often in Hong Kong. I found that domestic helpers have to work late, even in the evening. But for this worker, after cooking, she can go out, practice running for 2 hours, and then can go to bed earlier. And then another story is in this same documentaries is that another domestic helpers are interested in writing stories or writing essays. So she joined groups that are few domestic helpers will gather together from time to time and share their writing, poetry, or essays with one another. And then this is one kind of hobby they enjoy really very much, and then also get supports from their employers. So this is an example of that the employers can also respect the domestic helpers. So thirdly, solidarity can also refer to supporting women's self-help groups and sharing resources with others. In spite of all the challenges and difficulties they face, women workers should not be regarded as passive and powerless victims of globalization, nor should their expression of empowerment and agency, both subtle and overt, be ignored. Joining women's self-help group can provide companionship, mutual support, and empowerment to migrant workers. Not only are their self-esteem enhanced, they also learn more about their rights and realize their needs, and become willing to share their experiences with other similar women. It is a space for them to speak up and be heard. It is not just a place that stresses interpersonal relationships, but also a platform of unity, and so that they can participate in advocating for social change. In Hong Kong, there are Christians and non-religious organizations that provide service and support to migrant workers. And also in Christian traditions, the principle of sharing resources refers to God's destinates the earth and all it contains for all men and all people, so that all created things should be shared fairly by all humankind under the guidance of justice tempered by charity. And this principle is based on the fact that the original source of all that is good is the very act of God, who created both the earth and human persons, and who gave the earth to human beings so that they might have dominance over it by their work and enjoy its fruits. God gave the earth to the whole human race for the sustenance of all its members, without excluding or favoring anyone. Thus, Christians who are in a better social location should share their wealth with the migrant workers who are less privileged. So, number 5, solidarity can also refer to advocating for social transformation. Since solidarity aims at the transformation of society through structural change, in practice, the virtue of solidarity can go beyond the individual, compassionate, and hospitable acts. With solidarity, we would want to find the root causes of the problems that migrant women face. We would promote the dignity and affirm the human rights of the migrant women through advocacy. We would want to speak out against the injustice faced by the migrant women. We would want to commit to the common good. A person with the virtue of solidarity would probably support human rights advocacy. With the virtue of solidarity, we would support just remuneration for foreign domestic helpers, fair implementation of laws and policies that stipulate their basic rights, and enough training for the police so that they would treat the domestic helpers fairly without prejudice. Because in the past, we can see some examples that when the domestic helpers or migrant workers file their complaint to the police, many police don't know how to deal with them. And then they may have a prejudice that they tend to believe the employers, but not the domestic helpers or migrant workers. So training is needed for the police force. And in extending solidarity to the domestic helpers, on the local level, we will have concern for their well-being, including whether they are treated fairly by the employment agencies, because just as we mentioned above, there's some employment agency will take away their passport and contract and try to impose many restrictions on them. So it's important to have some laws to restrict the power of the employment agencies. And also the employers, the mass media, the police, and the general public also should receive some kind of education that they will treat these migrant workers fairly. And at an international level, we will have concern for whether or not the women migrant workers are regarded as commodities in the system of labor migration and in the globalization of neoliberal market capitalism. So number 6, solidarity also means we offer partial care to migrant workers. So I take Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Church as an example. The Hong Kong Catholic Church set up a pastoral center for the Filipinos and Indonesians. The center is called the Pastoral Care Center, and they extend solidarity with the migrant workers, offering partial care, counseling service, and advocating rights of migrant workers. Religious missionaries from the Philippines and Indonesia, as well as local social workers, will serve in the center. Apart from providing religious service, the pastors and social workers also accompany the migrants when they are in need. So, and also temporary shelters are provided for those who need accommodation during the transition of jobs or while waiting for court cases. So in this picture, you can see the gathering of the migrant workers. This is among the Filipino migrant workers. So there's a partial care center in church. In fact, as far as I know, in Hong Kong, the Catholic Church, because the Filipinos, many of them are Catholics. So apart from our native language, Chinese, there are also English worship, so that the Filipinos can also join on Sunday. And also there are also some Indonesian, although not many Catholic population, but still there's some Catholic church in the Hong Kong diocese that they offer worship in their native Indonesian language, so that the migrant workers can gather together on Sunday, and then they have some kind of religious activities or other kind of activities. So, for example, this is an activity among the Indonesian migrant workers. So once they organize bigger events for empowerment of women, so they offer different kinds of workshop, seminars, and also different kinds of activities, so that they can group together and sharing their own lives, and also to learn something that they may need to know. So finally, so to conclude, I would like to offer to summarize that women migrants are the most vulnerable in the migrant communities in Asia or in the general global community. Solidarity can be seen as a principle. As what I discussed, that it can be seen from the perspective of justice or from a structural perspective. It offers a direction or a standard for us to follow, so that we can tell what kind of actions and that we can engage. But At the same time, we can also look at solidarity as a virtue. So by means of virtue, we means that we can help us to nurture our disposition and character and desire and a kind of attitudes. So how to act in a way that is good for our being, for others, or for our neighbors, especially to the migrant women workers. So this social virtue can transform us into doing something good for women migrant workers or even some other disadvantaged groups. So this can be an examples of how we should treat the disadvantaged groups in our community. So I just use the women migrant workers as an example because this is one of my own ministry that I serve in kind of a mission in an ecumenical group of the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church. So under these missions, there's pastoral centers and also some kind of a shelter. So every Sunday there will be gathering, free place for them to gather together. And from time to time there will be also special kind of activity offering them kind of workshop and also legal advice or healthy tips, etc., so that they can know about their own basic rights and seeking help from when they are in need. So for this kind of pastoral care activities, we hope that to offer some concrete things, not just in principles or or in our teachings that we mentioned that we should show care to them, but we want to show some concrete actions to offer solidarity to these migrant workers. So apart from these migrant workers, of course, you can also give many other examples. So apart from these migrant workers, for myself, I also volunteer in a local labor center. So that is for local Hong Kong Chinese low-income class. That we offer different kinds of self-help groups and also workshops to them. So now, because it is summertime, summertime is really hot. So I think you also share, maybe, I think in Indonesia is also very hot during summertime or in some other periods of the year. But for us, I think because of the climate change, climate crisis, so we experience hotter and hotter climate. And we find that for the outdoor workers, like for example, the cleaning workers or the construction workers, they really suffer a lot. So for our pastoral center for the labor, we set up kind of resting station so that we offer like a supply center for them to rest, to take a break, and offer something cold to drink, or also offer some kind of small gifts like a small fan or kind of other things, so that to show a little bit concern and love to them, so that they know someone care about them under this hot weather. So this is another kind of example that we can extend our solidarity for the workers that they may deserve our attention. So these are just to a kind of reflection, so that to put theology or faith into practice, that we can really apply, take it as an applied ethics, that we can put solidarity into actions. Okay.
Okay, let us give a big round of applause to Professor Yuen.
Okay, so I finished my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for your excellent presentation, as well as all the solidarity in action that you have been shown to the migrant workers, women migrant workers in Hong Kong. So let me try to conclude what you have been presenting to my Indonesian audience here in Indonesia. So you can have because we don't have a translator here, but I will just give you some, some highlight of what Professor Yuen have been share with us. Jadi Profesor Yuen berbicara tentang solidaritas dengan mereka yang rapuh. Dan mengambil contoh kasusnya adalah para pekerja migran perempuan yang ada di Hong Kong. Dan ternyata jumlahnya itu banyak sekali ya, dan dari sekian banyak pekerja perempuan migran di Hong Kong itu 42% ternyata dari Indonesia. Saya pernah ke Hong Kong dan memang kita jalan kemana-mana itu orang Indonesia. Ya, kalau di jalan jangan takut tersesat karena pasti akan ketemu orang Indonesia di jalan. So Professor Yuen discuss about threefold marginalization, migrants, women, and lower class. Jadi ada 3 lapis marginalisasi. Ya, yang pertama sebagai migran, yang kedua sebagai perempuan, dan yang ketiga sebagai kelas bawah. Ya, sebagai migran mereka menanggung beban dislokasi, perpisahan dari keluarga, dan penyesuaian diri. Terus sebagai pekerja migran yang ternyata cuma sebentar, bukan pekerja tetap, itu banyak dari mereka yang tidak dapat menikmati hak-hak penduduk yang dasar dan perlindungan. Kondisi hidup dan kerja yang layak mereka tidak bisa nikmati, juga hubungan keluarga dan sosial serta penghormatan sebagai warga lokal karena mereka bukan penduduk lokal. Yang ketiga sebagai pekerja domestik yang tinggal di rumah majikan, mereka menghadapi kurangnya privasi dan terisolasi dari masyarakat yang lebih luas. Jadi dunia mereka ya sudah rumah majikannya. Berikutnya sebagai perempuan mereka dapat menghadapi resiko pelecehan seksual. Ya, tantangan yang mereka hadapi bersifat multidimensional, mencakup aspek pribadi, keluarga, hubungan antar pribadi dan struktural. Nah, bagaimana kita mewujudkan solidaritas bagi para perempuan pekerja migran yang berasal dari Indonesia, Filipina dan sebagainya. Ya, bagaimana kita mewujudkan solidaritas. Nah, Profesor Yuen propose tentang bagaimana kita menjadi sesama, neighbors, bukan strangers, bukan orang asing. Dan dia menggunakan perumpamaan orang Samaria yang murah hati. Kita menjadi sesama karena kita datang, kita dekat dengan mereka. Karena ingat dalam perumpamaan itu orang Samaria mendekat, sedangkan 2 yang lain itu menjauh. Berikutnya Profesor Yuen berbicara tentang etika solidaritas. Ya, ada yang pertama menjunjung martabat dan agen moral perempuan. Yang kedua mendefinisikan ulang perbedaan dan membangun koneksi. Yang ketiga mendukung kelompok swadaya perempuan. Yang keempat berbagi sumber daya dengan sesama. Kemudian mengadvokasi transformasi sosial dan juga bahkan pelayanan pastoral bagi pekerja migran. Ya, saya quote Profesor Yuen, "With solidarity, we would want to find the root causes of the problems that migrant women face. We would promote the dignity and affirm the human rights of the migrant woman through advocacy. We would want to speak out against the injustice faced by the migrant women." Jadi tadi Profesor Yuen berbicara tentang justice juga. Jadi bukan caring saja, tapi caring juga yang disertai dengan memperjuangkan keadilan ketika terjadi ketidakadilan. So the conclusion ada 4 points. Yang pertama, solidaritas dapat dipahami sebagai principle dan juga sebagai kebajikan, virtue. Ya, principle and virtue itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, sebagai prinsip, solidaritas memberikan arah atau standar yang dapat kita ikuti agar kita tahu jenis tindakan apa yang seharusnya kita lakukan. Ya, give us direction. Yang ketiga, sebagai virtue atau sebagai kebajikan, solidaritas membantu kita membentuk karakter dan menentukan cara bertindak yang baik bagi diri sendiri maupun orang lain. Kebajikan sosial ini dapat mentransformasi kita untuk melakukan kebaikan bagi pekerja migran perempuan dan kelompok-kelompok lain yang kurang beruntung atau mereka yang rapuh. Itu solidaritas, jadi kita menjadi neighbors, bukan menjadi strangers. Okay, so with that note, I will open our discussion session. We will have 2 terms. I will give like three for the first term and also 3 other questions for the second term. Yang mau bertanya silahkan, and also the committee please also take a look in the Zoom platform. Maybe there's a questions, 1 or 2 also from our online participants. Is there any questions, comments, concerns, or reflections? Remembering that like 42% migrant worker in Hong Kong is from Indonesia. So is there anything that you want to know or you want to discuss or you want to reflect? Please, silahkan. Ada yang mau bertanya? Ada? Okay, I have 1 over there and then ada lagi? Ada yang sebelah kiri saya ada? Okay, I have 2. Yang di tengah, Daniel probably. Ada, okay, 1, 2. Okay, so let's go for our first participant. Silahkan.
Okay, hello. First, thank you, Professor, for the lesson you gave us today. And my question is, was there any case when an immigrant worker, they experience the marginalization and discrimination, but they're too afraid to reach out or speak out to the local community or groups that can help them because they're afraid they might not be able to get paid anymore and are able to give money to their families. And if there was a case about that, what can we do to help them to get out of the situation? Thank you.
Okay, sudah? Okay, your name please?
Sharon.
Sharon. Okay, thank you, Sharon. So our first question is from Sharon. Was there any case where a migrant worker probably like being afraid to reach out if she was experienced like any kind of discriminations or violence during her work time in Hong Kong? Okay, now we are going to go for our second participants who will ask Professor Yuen. Silahkan yang tadi di sini. Monggo. Ya. Yeah. Please mention your name.
Check. Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. Let me introduce myself. My name Dewa Boymau. My student identification or name 7120241110. I will ask question about ethical of solidarity. My question is, how can the concept of an ethics of solidarity serve as an ethical framework from responding to the structural injustice experienced by migrant women in Southeast Asia or in Hong Kong? Thank you. How can the concept of an ethical of solidarity serve as an ethical framework from responding to the structural injustice experienced by migrant women in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dewa. Thank you, Sharon. Is there any other question? So Professor Yuen, Dewa is asking about ethics of solidarity. How can it become or it serve as an ethical framework to respond to injustice faced by the women migrant workers in Hong Kong or everywhere? Thank you, Dewa. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns from the audience here or on the Zoom platform? Ada, panitia? Zoom? Ada? No? Tidak ada? Oh, ada. Okay, Rifo, please, Rifo.
Thank you, Kaika, and also thank you, Professor Yuen. I am so mesmerized by your theory, the three-fourth marginalization theory. They are migrant, they are women, and they are also coming from lower class. From my point of view, from my perspective, there are also other types, there are also other factors that could add to the marginalization. So they could be five-fold marginalization, which is, first one is race. Indonesia is very diverse. There's also possibilities the one who are coming to Hong Kong, they are with darker skin. They might experience racism because of their skin. And the fifth, that's the fourth, and the fifth is religion. There are also other people from Indonesia who are Muslims, so they could not settle well in Hong Kong society because they could not eat pork or any other type of food who are haram in Muslim religion. So what do you think of such perspective? Is it possible to add to the threefold marginalization to become fivefold marginalization based on the things that I mentioned? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rifo. Rifo ask about can the threefold marginalization becomes fivefold? Apakah tiga tadi bisa jadi lima? And Rifo adds two, which is race and religion. Okay, so thank you very much for all the participants who already asked three excellent questions. Now, please, Professor Yuen, you can address these questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the questions and very good questions. And so first of all, about Sharon's question about any case that can show the migrant workers' fear to express being discriminated. Of course, there are many such kind of cases because what we know and heard about them just maybe small portion that we know when they are willing to come to our center or receive interviews from other places. In fact, there are a number of migrant centers in Hong Kong, not only among the church. There are many non-religious organizations also care a lot about the women migrant workers, and some are also not do not have the confidence or dare not to share, even though they are ill-treated by their employers. It's only by chance that some other migrant workers heard about these cases because in Hong Kong it's very densely populated. So we usually live in apartments, high-rising building that every day we come in and out. We may have to take escalator, taking lift, and then the domestic helpers may meet each other when they go out, to shopping and then come back to their apartment like that. So sometimes they will meet many other migrant workers in their living places in the same building they serve. And it is usually in this situation that they know each other and they recommend to each other about this kind of information. As far as I know, because I also live in a tall building, so I also met many domestic helpers in the place where I live, and I saw many of them, either Filipino or Indonesians. They would talk with each other some language that I don't know, and then they will share a lot about their information or situation. So I think they can they know about this. They may aware if some particular exploitation exists, because once I heard a case from newspaper that Indonesian workers was really very ill treated, because we can see the swollen face, and then she was badly injured, and then it's because of other Indonesians that discovered the case that finally she reported to the police, and then her employer was also found guilty, has to put into jail. So that's an extreme case. But we understand that there may be many other cases, maybe less serious, but still important, that they are not yet have the confidence to express their experience to other people. Yeah, so that's why we know it's important, for them to at least they join some their own, their native the native Indonesians or Filipinos on the holiday. So, for example, in Hong Kong, we have two big spots that can gather these migrant workers. Filipinos usually gather in the central district, and then Indonesian, they usually gather in Causeway Bay. There's a two main area. If people came to Hong Kong, they will know these two areas. That usually on Sunday, these two districts became a place for the migrant workers together. So it's usually in these places that they can share with each other, either joining self-help group or not. They can still meet many of their native country fellows, so that they will share with each other. So I think with this kind of encounter, that's also create a situation that they can easier to express their situation in case they experience any kind of exploitation or discrimination, that they need to seek help. So that's my response to the first question, and see whether I can answer Sharon's question, right? And then the second one, a male student, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. So you asked about the ethics, the notion of solidarity. How can it serve as an ethical framework?
Yes.
In respond to the injustice faced by the migrants or other vulnerable community. So that's exactly what I present here, is that we can use this ethics of solidarity, from different dimension. So from the structural perspective, that is to address the injustice issue. So we can use the human rights framework, to extend our understanding of solidarity, because human rights framework is like ethical framework that have been employed by many scholars or other ethicists. In some countries, it may be better received. In other countries, it may not be received so well. But anyway, I think the notion of solidarity is more neutral, that can be accepted by most people. But it contains the meaning of human rights framework and also virtual ethics framework. So that's the two ethical framework are usually employed. So for human rights framework, that we usually address the social justice or structural issues that migrant workers or other disadvantaged group that they may face, and then that we will try to seek for solution, that whether we can improve from the policy level or from the structural level, that the government can offer some remedies, in addressing the difficulties that the migrant workers face. But on the other hand, I think that the attitudes of our local community is also very important. That may be more relevant to the virtual ethics approach. That if if all people really have the attitudes of extending hospitality, compassion, and solidarity to the migrant workers, then I think our government don't have the excuse to ignore this group of workers. They have to do something, to treat this migrant workers group in a just and good way. So I think both things are important. So, but for formation, like for Christian formation and how to form our Christian community with a kind of moral practice in a way that can treat the people in a compassionate way, can show solidarity for the disadvantaged groups. I think virtual ethics is a very good framework. But at the same time, as I mentioned, in one of the meaning of solidarity, it also refer to social transformation and advocacy. So that's somewhat related to the human rights framework and address the injustice issue in a structural dimension. So I think that will be kind of ethical framework that my notion of solidarity can refer to in these two big dimensions. So see whether I can address your questions. And then the third questions from Revo, right? Yeah. So you mentioned about the adding two more dimensions to the threefold marginalization. I think I also mentioned the threefold marginalization contains migrant women, lower class as a ethnicity, sex, class. So I think you maybe make ethnicity even more in more details and full range that contain race. I think race is somewhat I refer to ethnicity. So because Indonesian, yeah, of course they may have darker skin, but nowadays many Hong Kong people also have dark skins, so we may not really can distinguish so well. But in some way we can also distinguish, the Indonesians from the local Chinese. Yeah, but I think race is a dimension that I think is important for us to address. But maybe in Indonesian race, I know that you have many different dialects and also different maybe ethnic groups too. So maybe they themselves also are very really complex. So whether we may neglect some of their needs, maybe, yeah. So maybe so that's why we also think we ask some Indonesian missionaries to offer pastoral care to them. Maybe they know a bit better how to deal with them, how to understand their needs in details. That may be useful. And then what you mentioned about religion, yeah, I think that's a very good point, in adding to the marginalization. Because I think in Hong Kong, for local Chinese, very few of us have the religion of a Muslim. So, but we know that many Indonesian, in fact, have the Muslim background. So we also try to explain to our community, local community, Christian community, that we should respect the other religion. As I have an experience that in one of our local labor center, we also have a small project of ethnic minorities. So they are not really addressing issue only about women migrant workers, but in general the ethnic minorities. So these ethnic minorities are from Pakistan or from Nepal. So many of them are also a Muslim also. So and then Muslim women, they also organize their self-help group. So for them, they use their own talents. They create some South Asian arts and make using their skill, handicrafts to make some products that can express their own culture. And because this labor group is a Christian labor center, so we also, I remember once that we welcomed these Pakistani women and Nepalese women to come to our Catholic church after our worship to share with us about their talents, their skill of making these beautiful handicrafts, and then share a bit their own culture too. So that's a kind of like an intercultural and interreligious exchange. I think that's also a very good experience for us. But I agree that maybe later, if I present this issue again, I have to add another dimension about religion. That will be a very good point. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yuen. Sharon, Dewa, and Rivo? Cukup? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now we come for our second term. Probably only two questions. I will take 2 questions. Ada yang mau bertanya, comments? Dipersilahkan. Ada? Di Zoom adakah? Is there any question from our Zoom participants or online participants? I will take one from the online participant and also one from the on-site. Okay, we have one here. Okay, so please, silahkan.
Tes. Good afternoon, Prof. Yuen. My name is Joshua, and maybe I just want to comment a little, and then maybe we can discuss. You can discuss this topic with us. So, as we know, this problem about women workers, immigrants in Hong Kong, they are, as we know, they are vulnerable to violence, to other things that can damage themselves by going to another country. So maybe what I want to ask is, as long as you know, is there any significant help or support from the Indonesian government or the embassy regarding to this issue? Because this issue didn't just happen recently and also happened multiple times. Remembering that there are 42% of Indonesian workers there. Maybe you can discuss this here with us, or you can critique, or maybe what the Indonesian government can help you with this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. It's about how the government, especially Indonesian government, because considering there are 42% of migrant workers in Hong Kong are Indonesians, so how the government, deal with the issue of like violence, because those migrant workers are really vulnerable to violence. Thank you, Joshua. Next one more question. Is there any question? Dari Zoom ada? Oke, dari Zoom tidak ada. Dari yang on-site ada? Hans mungkin? Oke, nggak ada. Panitia bisa bertanya. Is there any question from panitia? No? Okay, so Mary, you have one last question.
So about the Indonesian government and embassy, how to deal with this violence and other unjust issues. So far, I think I am not so knowing this aspect so well, but I think the migrant groups community, surely they will have contact, both the Filipino and the Indonesian embassy in Hong Kong. For the Indonesian government, I think it's difficult for us to contact them. I think maybe you have a role, in addressing this issue as you are in Indonesia. But for us in Hong Kong, I think through the embassy, they also express these issues to their own governments. I think because if there is some serious cases, for one case I remember is about Indonesian migrant workers that is really badly injured. a few years ago. And then finally, she went back to Indonesia. And then she attends kind of educational kind of education and became like a worker working for the NGO that served the migrant workers also. Make good use of what she learned and then help her own fellow Indonesian migrant workers. I think that's a very good example. And I think through this example, I think the embassy also help her, in helping her to go back to Indonesia and address the issue when she was in Hong Kong and facing the court case, and then helping her to come back when she has to bear witness, to this court case like that. But about how the Indonesian government can really, negotiate with the employment agencies and also with the migrant workers group. I think you have to ask your own government what they can do, to improve the situation. But I'm sure that the local migrant workers organization, the NGOs, they have meetings with this embassy staff from time to time, and then the embassy also want to build a good relationship with those working in Hong Kong or other Asian countries. Yeah. So I think you can also consult your own government in your praise. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Yuen. So this is a question for our Indonesian government, especially like 42% of the migrant workers in Hong Kong are from Indonesian. Okay, so we still have like several minutes. Do we still have any question, reflection from participants here? Okay, so no other question. I think it's in. Yes, Winky? Okay, so thank you very much, Winky. So we can end our session for our second speaker. Let me read something. I quote Professor Yuen. Solidarity with migrant workers. The Samaritan surpassed the care that would be appropriate for a fellow countryman to aid the stranger who might belong to his ethnic group's worst enemies. The principle that all human persons have the same and equal human dignity, regardless of one's status, gender, race, and class, is of utmost importance in upholding the dignity of migrant women. This is a foundational principle in Christian ethics, as human persons were created in the image of God. So let us remember the concept of imago Dei. We are created in the image of God. So let us extend our solidarity with those who are underprivileged, such as, for example, the migrant workers, the women migrant workers in Hong Kong. Professor Yuen, thank you very much. We learned a lot from you, and keep doing good work there, especially to extend the solidarity with those who are less privileged or underprivileged. Let us give a big round of applause to our second speaker, Professor Yuen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I cannot see you anymore. Okay, so thank you. So now we will have a game led by MC, because it's been like 3 hours already, and I believe all of us are tired. Yeah, especially we need to hear English, so it's like extra work for us today. But let us give a big round of applause for all of us who are here today. Okay, so before we are going to our third speaker of the day, we are going to play some games. Silahkan, Winky.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so once again, let's give a warm applause to our great moderator. So, how many time that we have? Oh, 16 minutes left. All right. Just like what Miss Ika already said, it is already 2 hours, and probably some of you already hungry, especially me. So, we play some games. Panitia mungkin Bobby bisa langsung ditampilkan. So, for the game, it is a Kahoot quiz. So, the requirement for this game is simple. You can open browser on your device, anything, it will be Chrome, Google Chrome, or Firefox, or anything. Bisa dibuka sekarang, teman-teman boleh membuka browser di HP atau laptop atau perangkat apapun yang teman-teman gunakan. Lalu search Kahoot. Panitia mungkin boleh langsung, oke, thank you. Teman-teman bisa search Kahoot atau scan kode QR yang ada di layar. Oke, jika sudah, bisa masukkan PIN. It's okay. Oh ya, a reminder for all of us, please use appropriate name because the name will be display on the screen. Teman-teman mohon bijak dalam memilih nama karena akan ditampilkan di layar. Mungkin saya kasih waktu 1 menit atau 2 menit untuk login. Selagi menunggu, saya akan sedikit menjelaskan tentang skema dari game ini. So this game is a quiz, of course, and the format of the quiz is multiple choice. Kuisnya dalam bentuk pilihan ganda. You guys will read the question on the screen. Teman-teman akan membaca pertanyaan di layar dan ada pilihan gandanya. And after that, you can choose the multiple choice through your phone. Once again, teman-teman, tolong menggunakan nama yang baik. Oke. Sudah semua teman-teman? Oke, tidak apa-apa. It's okay, it's okay. Untuk yang mendapatkan skor tertinggi tentu ada hadiahnya ya. Jadi setelah teman-teman yang menggunakan nama aneh-aneh, kalian memprank saya karena saya akan baca namanya. Tolonglah. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, if I say, are you guys ready? You also answer me, aye, aye, Captain, all right? Okay. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Okay, ini Buddha belum? Yang di Zoom sudah siap semua? Oke, mungkin 20 seconds more, 20 detik lagi. Oke, karena sudah ada jempol, saya asumsikan yang di Zoom sudah semua. So without further ado, let's start the game. Okay, second speaker talks about migration in Hong Kong. What year migrant worker reached its peak in Hong Kong? Red, 2020, yellow, 2019, blue, 2022, and green, 2023. Pembicara kedua berbicara tentang migrasi di Hong Kong. Di tahun berapa migrasi pekerja sampai pada puncak? Alright, time's up. Jawabannya benar, 2019. Alright, next question. 15 people's right. Okay, great. Nona, alright, great. What is one of the reason global migration emerged? Apa salah satu dari 3 alasan migrasi global muncul? Pertama, to escape poverty, war, conflict, etc. Untuk keluar dari kemiskinan, perang, konflik, dan lain-lain. Kedua, reach the dead end of their career, sampai, waktu habis, alright, you guys are great. Great. Have fun in other country. Alright, next question. It's probably last. Okay, I have the first position. Choose one of the conclusion of the second speaker. Pilih salah satu kesimpulan dari pembicara kedua. Merah, solidarity berarti kita bisa mengambil kepunyaan orang lain. Kuning, solidarity bisa dilihat sebagai kesulitan dan kita setelah sampai kepada titik paling bawah. Biru, solidarita bisa dilihat sebagai sebuah kebajikan, mohon maaf. Dan hijau, alright, you guys are great. Okay, 20 people, that's excellent though. Okay, next. Alright, masih ada. What is not the major challenge in ASEAN region in first speaker presentation? Apa yang bukan merupakan challenge paling utama dalam di ASEAN dalam presentasi pembicara pertama? 1, pandemik dan penyakit. 2, makanan dan minuman, makanan dan air. Biru, kemiskinan dan kesenja. Wow, okay, you guys are great. Again. Jawabannya green NATO issues in Europe. Alright, proceed to the next question. Oh, let's see. Okay, A still the first in the chart. Great. And the second followed by Roh Kudus and RRR. Who is Roh Kudus? Okay, the fifth question. What is the role of ASEAN Community Peace and Harmony? Apa peran dari komunitas ASEAN dalam menciptakan kedamaian dan harmoni? Merah, ASEAN adalah lokomotif dalam kedamaian dan adalah lokomotif dalam kedamaian dalam memerintah dan pemerintahan. Kuning jawabannya. Okay, keren. 19 people right, that's excellent. 52 choose the wrong answer. Next, this is the last question, so please. All right, great. Last question, please. Please pay attention. Who is the one figure to talk about Marhanism in first speaker presentation? A. Siapa tokoh yang berbicara tentang Marhanism di presentasi pembicara pertama? A. Soeharto. B. Merah Soeharto, kuning Emil Durkheim, biru Auguste Comte, dan hijau Soekarno. 3, 2, 1. Soekarno. All right. It seems like 70 people got it. Okay, let's see the podium. The third is RRR. Give applause to RRR. The second is A, and the first is Bokun. Okay, give applause to Bokun. Okay. Is Bokun in this room or in the Zoom meeting? this room or Zoom meeting? Bokun. Okay, whoever it is, please screenshot the proof that you're on your screen, and then you can send it to the committee to achieve your, to claim your prizes later. Okay, so once again, give big applause to all of us. Okay, seems like we still have 5 more minutes. Okay, let's do something to kill our time. Since it is gonna be sing, I cannot sing, I'm sorry. But okay, I already prepared one ice breaking. And this ice breaking in the form of game. The winners also will get a prize special from me. So, I invite all of us to stand up. Panitia juga boleh ikut kalau mau dapat hadiah dari saya. Right, so the name game is catch a finger. The rule is simple. Tangan kanan teman-teman seperti ini. Tangan kiri, jari. Alright? Tangan kanan seperti ini. Tangan kiri seperti ini. Oke, yang cuman berdua atau bertiga boleh mepet gabung dengan teman-teman. So, the rule is simple. Kata kuncinya adalah cat. Saya akan kasih sebuah cerita, dan ketika saya bilang kata cat, teman-teman tangan yang sebelah kanan tangkap jari teman-teman yang sebelah kiri, dan yang sebelah kiri tarik biar jangan ditangkap. Alright? So, when I say cat, tangan kanan tangkap, tangan kiri cabut. Alright. Alright, are you ready? No, answer me with aye, Captain. Are you ready? Alright, let's start. So, once upon a time in a very distant land, the word is cat. Cat, cat. Okay, cat. Once upon a time in a very distant land called Kefamenanu, there is a boy named Reynold. Reynold is a very clever boy, and his dream to be a cartographer. Once upon a time, he go to school and get a scholarship to go to the Caribbean island. In the road, he fall asleep. When he fall asleep, he dream of a cow. And beside the cow, there is a cat. Oke teman-teman, yang tadi merasa tidak kalah, coba angkat satu tangan. Yang tidak kalah, yang menang, yang tidak ditangkap tangannya. Oke, angkat tangan, 1, 2, 3, angkat 2 tangan. Tepuk tangan. Oke, selesai. Teman-teman boleh duduk kembali. Hadiahnya nanti tepuk tangan tadi, udah. So, because time is out, now we will move to the third speaker presentation, and I will give time to the moderator. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Winky. Did you have fun? Yes? No? Okay, so welcome back to our conference for today, Satya Wacana Conference of Theology, Theology and Social Solidarity in Southeast Asia. We have been listening and then discussing aloud from our presentation from our two previous speakers, which are Professor Isak Latu and also Professor Mary Mi Yuen. And now we have our third speaker with us for today, Dr. Ekinya. Are you here with us, Dr. Ekinya? Ready?
I'm here, Dr. Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Okay,
Very good.
so, I will be your moderator too for this session. And let me introduce our third speaker of the day, Reverend Dr. Limuel Ekinya. Has been the executive director of the Association for Theological Education in Southeast Asia, ATISIA, since 29, on secondment by Central Philippine University, known as CPU. ATISIA is an association of 94 seminaries and theological centers from 13 countries in Asia and Australia. It is an accrediting agency which conducts a regular comprehensive review of its member schools' academic programs. The association also provides continuing education for academic deans, faculty members, academic dean seminars for the doctoral students, leadership development for presidents or principals. Our speaker, Dr. Ekinya, holds the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Religion and the Master of Divinity from the Central Philippine University. He earned his Doctor of Philosophy in Systematic Theology from the University of Regensburg, Germany. His areas of studies include systematic theology, Asian theologies, mission, and ecumenics. He is also a faculty member of the College of Theology and was also a chairperson of the Department of Religion and Ethics 1998 to 1999 and Dean of the College of Theology of Central Philippine University from 2000 and 2009. An ordained minister of the Convention of Philippine Baptist Churches, Dr. Ekinya served as pastor of New Washington Evangelical Church in Aklan from 82 to 84 and the Community Christian Church in Jaro, Iloilo City from 1985 to 1993. And we are, very grateful because Dr. Ekinya is here with us as our third speaker in discussing about theology and solidarity in Southeast Asia. Without further ado, let us welcome our third speaker, Dr. Ekinya, with a big round of applause. So please, Dr. Ekinya, you have around 30 minutes to present your topics for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariska, for the generous introduction. And also thank you, friends and colleagues at the Faculty of Theology of the University of Satya Wacana Christian University. I am indeed honored for giving me this opportunity to join you in this important work of the faculty, especially that you are engaging in this kind of conversation on a very important and contemporary issue, particularly on the issue of solidarity. I would like to share my screen. I hope, is this okay? Can you see it? Oh, sorry.
Yes, we can see now. Oh.
Can you see it?
Yeah, just now we can see, but it's now, it's not working now.
How is that? No?
Yes. Oh, it's gone again.
Gone?
Yes. Can you try again?
Sorry. Just a moment. All right.
So last year, October 2024, Dr. Ekinya was here for the accreditation of our study programs S1, S2, S3. Yeah, then we are grateful that Satya Wacana Christian University Faculty of Theology, the 3 study programs has been accredited by ATISIA. S1 reakreditasi, S2, S3 sekarang terakreditasi oleh ATISIA. Ya, jadi di Southeast Asia, tetapi juga di Australia. Okay, the PowerPoint is working now. Please, Dr. Ekinya.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the slight interruption. You know, when I was in Indonesia, one of the common responses I often heard after I say thank you for something or some favors given to me is the word sama-sama. When I hear that word or words, I immediately felt a sense of belongingness. The reason being is that sama-sama in Tagalog means togetherness. Later I realized that sama-sama in Bahasa means you're welcome. But it also means sama means same. So in Tagalog, when you say sama-sama, it actually means we belong together. That means we are the same. So when I say thank you, you say sama-sama or you say same, meaning I don't need to mention that because we are the same. We belong to the same group, to the same level of friendship. So we celebrate our togetherness. A sense of belongingness or togetherness is for me typically an Asian culture. That means that the word togetherness, being one, being a family, these words are embodied in our day-to-day language, meaning they are part of us because we live for each other, because we are in a community. In the Western world, however, the word togetherness could be interpreted as, solidarity. And we remember Emile Durkheim, the father of sociology, where he associated solidarity with like social cohesion based on that bond of trust that unites people together through shared values. Just trying to summarize the whole thing. So he emphasized the importance of interdependence of individual, which is opposed to being isolated from the other. His definition is influenced by, of course, his experience in living in a complex life situation like his country, which is highly industrialized. Like you work together in a factory, and each one should know his or her station of work. And in order to produce efficiency and good production, then there should be division of labor among workers. Each work is well coordinated and well integrated into a system to produce good outcome. What that means for Durkheim is that interdependence of all individuals should be the guiding principle of work ethics in such a context. Or when put in a larger context of human relationships, it is only in solidarity that the individuals could find strength. It is only in solidarity that community finds power to influence. So therefore, solidarity becomes only a social option for action when it is turned into the guiding ethos of relationship over time. Solidarity, therefore, is opposite of individualism. Solidarity forms a community, while individualism ends in isolation. It is not togetherness. It is not sama-sama in Tagalog. It's something isolated. I live independently. If I were to think of one concrete metaphor in my culture, the Philippines, to describe further the idea of solidarity, I think of this picture. We call it bayanihan. Bayanihan, the root word is bayan, which means society. It means cooperation. There's another word for that, bayani. Bayani means hero. So if we work together in a bayan, which is a community, then we are heroes. We are helping each other. We are saving the community. We are helping others without expecting any return. As in the case of lifting, for example, or moving a traditional home like this one. Of course, this is not anymore popular in my country because most houses are made of concrete materials. But this traditional image of bayanihan emphasizes the importance of cooperation, of working one another, of being one in our purpose of helping each other for the sake of celebrating goodness and well-being and wholeness. We Asians believe that this term solidarity is not foreign from us. It is our language, as I said a while ago. It is part of us. It is embodied in our culture. And when we apply, for example, this term to theological education, my thesis, my notion of solidarity is that it should find its spirituality in the Asian culture. It should find its spirituality in Asian culture. The Asian culture should be the locus theologicus, or the source of theology. And this invites us to look into the possibility to re-examine our being Indonesian or being Filipino, our Indonesian culture, our Filipino culture, and discover some elements of solidarity in our culture that are aligned with the theological themes. In this regard, a conversation with other fields of discipline is encouraged to shed light on the richness of history of many Asian communities and societies, which likewise could provide a better theological understanding of culture, the culture of solidarity and gospel. In contrast, for example, to the abstract reconstruction of theological formulation of Western theological approach, one Asian scholar, C.S. Song, in his book, The Womb of Asia, mentioned and emphasizes the importance of imaging theology. Imaging theology should focus on things that deals with the stories of people's experiences, like dances, songs, literary works, and paintings, as having theological contents. So in that context, we should learn to construct our theology, for example, of solidarity, in the context of dance, song, literary works, paintings, and the like. And they can become rich sources for theological reflection. So they are, in this context, we believe then that these images, these stories reflect the hopes also of women, the hopes of children for love, the hope for justice, and the call for us to work together to provide the space for freedom in which some of these people have been deprived of. In his analysis, for example, of spirituality, one Roman Catholic theologian, a Filipino person called Jose de Mesa, emphasizes the importance of local language. What I like about Indonesia is that you use your own language, like the Bahasa Indonesia, as a medium of communication. That's very important. Because for de Mesa, for example, he believes that there is a closer relationship between the theological terms, theological themes, and the lowland Asian cultural concepts through language. For example, he would find value in some sociological phrases like in our words kagandahang loob, which means goodness, or benevolence, or kagandahang loob, which means loob means the inner self. And for him, this language, this local language, have their own theological substances that can reflect the character and the attributes of Jesus that we can find in the Bible. So he tries to blend the anthropological element of culture using language of the people with biblical tradition. What one can assume in the study of culture is the recognition, for example, is a recognition that in any given culture or any given culture has an inherent theological element, which is a product of the interaction of people with culture and events that have shaped their perspectives and ways of life. Moreover, there are also some common elements in culture, like values and principles, which also interface with each other and consequently making the study of culture and the study of faith dynamic and very progressive. Most of you are students of theology, and we know that the process of studying culture and the value to the gospel or culture correlating with gospel or the gospel correlating with culture, we describe this in terms of what we call contextualization. We correlate both two sides, culture on one hand, gospel on the other hand, or vice versa. Contextualization remains, in my view, as still an unfinished agenda of the theological schools and churches in our times. One issue when we think about all this theology of solidarity, understanding culture, being one with our culture, being one with our people, is the issue of course, syncretism. Contextualization and syncretism, or the contextualization of solidarity and the issue of syncretism. This somehow divides many of our institutions today. And this is one of the thorny issues in theological studies. Syncretism, as described by Robert Schreider, is actually the mixing of elements of two religious systems to the point where at least one, if not both, of the systems loses basic structure and identity. We know that syncretism is as old as civilization. The term gained its new impetus in the study of religions and discussions on contextualization. But Schreider argues that syncretism has many possibilities, and it takes various forms of activities as a result of the dynamic interaction between the invading culture and the receiving culture. The extent of responses between these two is quite interesting, because the modes of incorporation are dependent on the responses of the receiving cultures to the invading culture, which we call Christianity. The extent of responses explains the reason why, for example, Christian evangelization in my country was massive and very fast. I'm not sure in Indonesia. This is because the codes and sign systems of Christianity are analogous to those who believe in folk Christianity, which is a hybrid of Christianity and the indigenous belief. For example, in my country, the form of veneration of Christian saints and the practice of the spirit worship during pre-colonial period have elements of parallelism. Now, for Schreiter, syncretism happens because the codes and signs of the invading culture, which is Christianity, have filled the gap of the receiving culture, or which the receiving culture lacks. So the interaction between the two cultures might be slow and would take a longer time, but later one would discover that the codes and signs of the invading culture have already been mixed naturally into the receiving culture, like how, for example, in the Philippines, the image of Virgin Mary is amalgamated with a local deity. So this is what is the consequence when we try to solidify two different cultures, two or this or mixed the two cultures, one which is more dominant and the other one which is inferior. So the implication to the idea of solidarity of these two cultures can be very problematic, especially if you are on the receiving end being a weaker culture. Now, the varieties of syncretistic responses to the Christian religion show the universality of Christ who is present in all cultures, or the presence of what Karl Rahner, a Roman Catholic theologian, calls the presence of the anonymous Christian in a non-Christian culture. So Schreiter, however, notes that the discovery of Christ's presence will have an impact in the receiving culture, like our Asian culture, and also in the process of evangelization. Syncretism, for him, is a reflection of the way people live and how they relate to each other and how they survive. So when we, for example, don't make any distinction between our faith and Christian religion, then it becomes part of us and has nothing to do with any religious science system, but it becomes part of us. Whether sociological accents, syncretism, and dual systems have nothing to do with theology. So again, they have nothing to do with theology. The concept is not to be treated as a subject of a theological debate, even if they may seem to appear theological. Thus, Schreiter thinks that the approach to syncretism should be holistic, not fragmented. Holistic understanding and appreciation of the science system of culture. One can say then that the approach and solution to the issue of syncretism can be relative and will remain unsettled. On one hand, it is obvious that the issue of syncretism has created a dilemma in doing contextualization and in our efforts to do a theology of solidarity. On the other hand, it is an issue that one cannot ignore because the issue of syncretism touches the fundamental fabrics of culture and religions that shape the lives and worldviews of people. Last topic would be solidarity and transformation. While doing contextualization, solidarity is not only a matter of method or strategy. It is also a vision of transformation. Solidarity moves from the level of reflection of the text to concrete action. It is also attentive to the consequences of abuses and exploitation done to the marginalized, especially the poor and the oppressed. Hence, the theology of solidarity challenges the dogmatics of orthodoxy by its interest in hermeneutics of praxis. Without the glaring spread of social inequality and injustice across Asia, the efforts towards solidarity finds its close affinity with liberation theology or liberation of the poor. In liberation theology, the movement of solidarity does not resort to any romanticization of the condition of poverty. It views poverty simply not as a virtue, but as a lack of basic necessities like food, shelter, clothing. It cannot be viewed also as a problem of religion, because for liberation theologians like Gustavo Gutierrez, poverty is an economic issue. The economic, social, and political order that oppresses and marginalizes the weak. and the ideology that is brought in to justify this kind of domination. So here, domination is viewed primarily as a sociological and political power that is associated with the unequal economic condition of people, a condition that creates a situation of inequality and dislocation or isolation of people. Therefore, some institutions or systems impose such kind or condition of inequality. The issue of or theology of solidarity provides a social dimension of the kingdom of God in a proven poverty-stricken culture. For example, one of the Filipino theologian, Carlos Ebisamis, compares the kingdom of God to a barrio fiesta, like a celebration where people are united with each other. They celebrate its solidarity in all situations of human life. In his liberative approach, Abisamis illustrates the similarity of local culture with the culture of Jesus, as described in many of the parables of the kingdom, where it brings together the message of transformation. Here, Song, which I mentioned earlier, an Asian scholar, associated the culture of inequality and injustice and the culture of the kingdom of God as something that creates a new culture, which he calls the culture of empowerment, in contrast to the culture of domination and humiliation of the marginalized. In Atiseya, we have some guidelines for doing theologies in Asia, where gender justice is also treated with deep concern, in solidarity with those who are oppressed. Asian theologians identified the rising cases of violence against women and children, as well as issues aimed and directed to the marginalized women from the mainstream activities. And oftentimes, the oppression of women in Asia is reinforced by Asian cultures and also religions. So the reaction to the unjust treatment of women is grounded theologically in the argument that women are human beings created in the image of God. There are other equally important areas where people could work together to create a community that does not exclude others, but welcomes others into one community of faith. Among those issues include, for example, ecological challenges, globalization, information issues, and the implication to religion. What is commendable about the work towards contextualization and the contextualization of faith and the emphasis on solidarity is the commitment to dialogue with the issues of the world, with culture, with religions, and other concerns that threaten the future of creation and the disruption of social order and human relationship. This task involves persistent engagement in addressing the serious questions of division, the critical issues of dislocation of human relationship as viewed against the background of the gospel. Again, I'd like to thank Satya Wacana for giving me this opportunity to engage in conversation with you in times such as ours today, where people are divided. And we thank you for your spirit of solidarity with the issues of our time and those people engaged in this kind of conflict. Thank you, and I think there's a time for sharing and conversation. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, Dr. Akinya. Okay, so sama-sama, yeah. Okay, so very interesting. So we learn from like our local language, sama-sama, you know, and also Tagalog also sama-sama means togetherness, and our language sama-sama means you're welcome. So we are talking about solidarity means we are together, we are the same. Thank you very much, Dr. Akinya. Do you have time for discussion?
Yeah, I'm unless you have some urgent questions or
Okay, do you have like, yeah, thank you, Dr. Akinya. Is there any question, comments for Dr. Akinya? Ada? Ada? Okay, Hans, please Hans.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Akini, for such a wonderful materials. I want to ask about the topic of contextualization and syncretisms. You say earlier about the gospel, how we apply gospel to the culture and culture with the gospel. But then how do we respond toward the context where the society itself applying the culture of individualisms, just like in the big cities in any country in this universe, in this world, most of it, young generations become much more individuals. They prefer to go to church online, despite of the existence of church buildings, and also especially in Europe or North America, where the young generation, even the adults, choosing to live in individualisms. And that is their claim, it is their culture, Western culture. How do we respond to that context? Thank you very much, Dr. Aquino.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Hans. So Dr. Aquino, Hans is asking about how do we respond to the culture of individualism. Like right now we are dealing with like digital alienation or social isolation as we talk about theology and solidarity. Thank you, Hans. Please, Dr. Aquino.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hans. Thank you for the interesting question. I really like your question because you are raising a very important concern relative to how we celebrate our community life as Christians. The emergence of online worship, for example, or listening to sermons on television, or pastors deliver sermon using TikTok, or maybe using the social or YouTube, somehow has challenged the celebration of community of faith that is celebrated in, like for example, in the church where there is a gathered community. I think this is a challenge for us because people believe that they can worship God alone, referring to the belief of, for example, in the like 18th or 19th century, where the religion that was popularized then was very individualistic. My God and I, I and my God. So religion becomes personal. Religion or faith is personal, and it does not affect, it should not affect others, because in the end, salvation is personal. So that kind of theology has also embedded in our perspective of worship. But I think the challenge with the current style of celebrating worship is that how can we make our proclamation, say, interesting, our sermon as interesting as much as possible, not too long, short, but can create kind of can challenge our faith, can make the proclamation of the gospel relevant, because the impact of social media is that the level of concentration of people is very short. While some of our pastors, when they preach like 1 hour, and young people are tired, so they'd rather listen to online worship because the message is direct and very personal. So that's a challenge for us. I think we should not neglect the value of community life. We always believe, and this was our discussion in our meeting with some teachers in Asia. Last week, we talked about preaching as a medium of communicating the gospel. And people said, why should I go to church when I can listen to sermon online? But again, the belief of the group in that meeting was that online is not the core of worship. It's only an extension. It's only an extension of worship. Community life is celebrated in a community, not in isolation. Christian life, Christian faith is always grounded in a community. We do not even salvation is not only purely individual. Salvation is celebrated in a community. I cannot say that I am saved if my brother is not saved. You know, that's Asian, and that's also Christological. We find a lot of verses in the Bible where salvation is not individual, but salvation is always connected with the community, with one another. So the impact of secularization can challenge our view of worship, our view of our faith in God, that our faith in God is always celebrated in a community, not in isolation. That's why there is always reason for us to gather together, because there is power in community, in solidarity with one another. I'm not sure if I've answered your question directly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ekinya. Hans, is it answer your question? Okay, so we talk about like digital solidarity right now, but then is it enough? Just like our solidarity only like ends up with like thumbs up or love emoji. We know now that it's not enough. We need to extend also our digital solidarity. With that, Dr. Ekinya, we are running out of time. So I believe all of you also wants to have like probably wants to answer, ask like more questions, but we are running out of time because after this you need to go to like different classroom for our panel discussion. So I need to end our session with our third speaker here. Thank you very much, Dr. Ekinya, for giving us such wonderful presentation about solidarity, like, you know, based on Asian cultural values. Okay, so thank you very much. Let us give a big round of applause again to Dr. Ekinya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so my apology because only one question, and probably my other participants from online, from Zoom, would love to ask questions, but we have no time. And right now, as a summary from our first speaker, and then second speaker, and then last speaker, Dr. Ekinya, we learned a lot about solidarity. Solidarity, you know, solidarity is supposed to be solidarity in action. Ya, jadi tidak hanya kita berbicara solidaritas, sebatas solidaritas cuman di Facebook atau di WA misalnya dan sebagainya, tapi solidarity itu harus mewujud di dalam tindakan. Dan kita bisa menemukan solidaritas lewat budaya-budaya lokal yang kita punya. Dari first speaker kita berbicara tentang konteks Southeast Asia, ya, secara global ada banyak tantangan. We talk about define solidarity, ya, a bridge for peace. Kemudian dari our second speaker from Professor Yuan, we talk about being neighbors and not strangers, ya, solidarity in action, especially bagi pekerja perempuan, ya, di Hong Kong. Dan dari Dr. Ekinya, our third speaker, kita belajar tentang dari budaya kita sebenarnya kita bisa menggali nilai-nilai solidaritas yang harus kita kembangkan. Okay, so I think it's enough for our today's session with our three speakers. We are going to continue for like 3 classes, ya, 3 rooms, ya. Jadi selamat melanjutkan dan semoga solidarity yang kita dengar di saat ini adalah solidarity in action. And I believe theology cannot be exist without solidarity. Theology cannot be exist without social solidarity. Thank you very much. See you on our next conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again give a great applause to our moderator today. And also I want to thank you for all of the speakers, amazing speakers that has already presented and give us valuable knowledge. Thank you very much. Marahing salamat po, which is thank you in Tagalog. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not just invite extraordinary speakers who have shared valuable knowledge, but among us, there are also panelists, and these panelists are students who are writing their article, follow the competition, and they are selected to present their ideas, to present their solutions, and to exchange and doing this discussion with us. So, these panelists will be divided into 3 rooms, and for the audience that already registered in the 3 rooms, I will really hope that you will proceed to the next room. And for the procedure, I will explain to you right now. Jadi teman-teman, sudah ada panelis yang akan mempresentasikan di 3 ruangan yang berbeda. The first one is here, di balairung utama. Lalu yang kedua, panel kedua ada di F144, dan panel ketiga ada di F121. Mohon maaf, F211. Dan untuk pembagiannya, for panel 1, there will be presentation on the following topic. The first, conflict in the Holy Land, unpacking the legitimation of violence through a human right perspective, a study of Christian perspective in Ambon City. The second title is Human Trafficking as an Ecological Crisis, Leonardo Boff's Liberation Eco-Theology as a Proposal for Nusa Peti Mati. The third, Reclaiming Solidarity through Anime and Scripture, a popular cultural biblical criticism of Matthew 18, verse 1 until 17, and Takopi's original sin in the context of child vulnerability in Southeast Asia. So attendants that interested with this topic, you may still remain in the balairung. Jadi untuk panel 1 yang berlokasi di balairung utama, akan ada diskusi dengan topik konflik, perdagangan manusia, dan child vulnerability atau perlindungan anak. Untuk teman-teman yang sudah mendaftar di panel 1, mohon untuk tetap di balairung utama. For the panel 2, there will be a presentation on the following topic. The first, discrimination against Christians in the establishment of churches in Cilegon. Analysis of Article 29 of the 1945 Constitution, Joint Ministerial Decree of 2006, and John Sobrino's Theological Solidarity. The second title is Halal Bihalal as a Practice Against Religious Discrimination, and Interfaith Engagement to a Christian Campus. For attendants that are interested with this topic or already registered with this topic, you may proceed to room F211. There will be a staff member guiding you to the room. Jadi untuk panel 2, berlokasi di ruangan F211 dengan topik besar diskriminasi. Untuk teman-teman yang sudah mendaftar dalam topik diskriminasi, mohon untuk sekarang akan diarahkan untuk pergi ke ruang F211. Boleh bergerak sekarang. Untuk panitia yang bertugas di F211, tolong mengarahkan peserta. And for the panel 3, there will be a title with Bread and Love, a synthesis of Eric Fromm and Samuel Ryan as a theological paradigm of ecclesial social solidarity in Southeast Asia. And the second title is Ethic in Action, a study of Christian principle and responsible service at GKI Salatiga, Suarung, Tiberias. Attendants that interested with this topic may proceed to the room F114. There will be a staff member guiding you to the room. Untuk panel ketiga akan berlokasi di ruang F114 dan akan ada diskusi dengan topik besar Bread and Love, a synthesis of Eric Fromm, dan Samuel Ryan dalam tema kemiskinan. Jadi untuk teman-teman yang sudah mendaftar di topik ini, boleh langsung menuju ke ruang F114 dan akan ada panitia yang akan membimbing kita ke sana. Untuk panitia yang bertugas di F114, mohon untuk membimbing para peserta.
Oke, selamat sore semuanya. Ini di kelas ini pembicaranya ada 2 sudah hadir? Sudah ya? Oke.
Okay, so before we proceed to further event, ada sedikit pengumuman. Untuk yang tadi menang lomba Kahoot, boleh kalau ada di ruangan ini boleh langsung kontak panitia untuk menerima hadiah. Namun jika ada di ruangan lain tidak apa-apa, sudah diinfokan ke grup panitia. Terima kasih. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next section, which is a panel discussion. And for this panel discussion, I will give full time to the moderator, our great moderator, Miss Ika. Give a warm applause for her. She will lead us in this session. But before that, I will leave from this place, so I think this is a goodbye. I'm sorry if there are some unpleasant words that I said before, and for any errors or fault, I'm still human, so I apologize. So with that being said, see you later. And until next time, wis nenonokan kit.
Okay, thank you very much, Winky. So can I have our speaker? We have 2 speakers for our panel discussion. The first one is Levi Makario Metusala. Levi, please. And then our second speaker is Fajar Soleman Buana Malelak and Yones Chaliola. Zoom. They are already here at Zoom? Sudah, okay. Okay, so Levi, please come here at the stage. Okay, I hope everyone still, bersemangat untuk melanjutkan sesi panel kita. Nah, supaya kita bersemangat, semuanya berdiri boleh? Berdiri dulu sebentar, oke. Ya, oke, sudah berdiri semua? Sudah? Bisa stretching, terserah mau stretching, stretching dulu. Karena kita sudah duduk dari jam berapa tadi ya? 1 ya? Di stretching semuanya silahkan. Do some stretching, oke. Yang di Zoom juga stretching, silahkan. Oke, now when I say hi, you say hello. When I say hello, you say hi. Hi. Hello. Hi, hi, hello. Hello, hi, hello, hi. Hi, hello, hi, hello. Hi, hi, hello, hello. Oke, please be seated. Ya, semoga kita tambah semangat ya untuk mengikuti sesi kita yang berikutnya. Oke, so we have 3 speakers. Our first speaker is Levi Makario Metusala. He is currently, masih mahasiswa kan? Belum lulus tuh? Belum. So Levi is a student from Master of Sociology of Religion, ya, mahasiswa MSA tahun kedua. So Levi will share with us around like 15 minutes. Levi will talk about, let me read, reclaiming solidarity through anime and scripture, a popular culturalist biblical criticism of Matthew 18, verse 1 to 70, and Takopi's original sin in the context of child bullying in Southeast Asia. This is a very interesting topic. So let us give a big round of applause to our first panelist today, which is Levi. So Levi, you have like 15 minutes, okay?
Okay, so while we wait for the presentation, I'm going to give my material, an article about popular culturalist biblical criticism. It's quite a new hermeneutics that has been established in around 2024. So the basic idea is how we can use contemporary or cultural media as a partner or as a lens through which we can use hermeneutical or biblical criticism. So the main idea is, as we learn from our previous speakers, there are many problems that we face in Southeast Asia. And especially in my case, I focused on child vulnerability, especially in the context of child bullying, and sometimes tends into suicidal ideation. First and foremost, I might have to give you a little consideration. If any of you have any suicidal or suicidal thoughts, please seek help. Because in this material, there are some disturbing or slightly inappropriate and slightly more mature problem that will be addressed. So, in Southeast Asia, there are many problems within child especially about child neglect, child exploitation, and a lot of vulnerability in the topic and context of child. And more often, there are a lot of things that can lead into suicidal ideation, suicidal thought, or even suicidal case. Gitu. I think about 2 or 3 days ago, we see the news, some news about some suicidal ideation and suicidal case, even thank you. So this is my article. So in the next please. So this study that I do engages Matthew 18, 1 through 17 in dialogue with the anime Takopi's original sin or Takopi no Genzai through popular culturist biblical criticism. Okay, next. The context and focus, like I said before, 2.5 billion children globally, many face violence, neglect, and exploitation. In Southeast Asia, high risk of malnutrition, bullying, child neglect, and mental health struggle. And by the data that exists, there's a lot of young people experience bullying and online bullying, and the victim face anxiety, depression, self-harm, and suicidal risk. So there are a gap in protection. There are numbers of laws exist, but weakly enforced. And cultural familial system often reinforce violence. There's a lot of structural poverty, family dysfunction, and weak parental care that worsen the risk of suicidal or mental health issues. Next. So, the first thing is when I use Southeast Asia, I use not a single country, but share pattern in Southeast Asia by data. So I search with the key issue bullying, mental health, psychosocial vulnerability, and leads to suicide. Because bullying is not only interpersonal, but structural, that's shaped by cultural and educational system. Religion and cultural tradition often influence how bullying is perceived, normalized, or challenged. So by this means, when we use and believe that beliefs and religion and culture shapes this kind of action, we can use this problem and offers a theological insight, and this time I use Matthew 18. Next. So the main focus, my methods, is what is called popular culturalist biblical criticism. Because since the 1970s, what Segovia said is there are a lot of historicist contextualist approach, and there are now 3 terms, that is discursive and materialist, contextual and ideological, and what the Segovia said, the popular culturalist. Popular culturalist is the everyday readers and cultural practices as valid interpreters. So the key insight is scripture is interpreted not only by scholar, but also in politics, art, media, and popular culture. And in this case, the popular culture can be used as theological space because it is more than entertainment, it is space of meaning. So as we see from the previous presenter that he said about taking something from culture, the popular culturalist takes something from the contemporary and cultural venue. So in this case, I use anime because anime can be used as hermeneutical lens, as it is said that it is transnational reach and not bound by real-world limits because it can challenge norm, critique structure, and voices marginalized experience. Next. So, why I choose Takopi original sin or Takopi no Genzai? The first, because the reception and impact is quite high. The manga is award-winning from in the 2 years as the best manga for audience in male and female category. And right now there's an anime adaptation that has been finished. You guys can see on YouTube. It is just only 6 episodes and streamed globally. So why I use this as a popular culturalist view? Because this anime resonates with Southeast Asian child's vulnerability. Because there's shared realities like bullying, neglect, domestic violence, mental health struggle, and suicide. Because the Asian frameworks, as I said in the introduction, there's a lot of frameworks in the social protection and declaration, but when the policy going to be interpreted into the real world, often the cultural and the religion stronger than the social protection or even the law. So the function of anime in this paper is as a cultural mirror. Okay, next. Okay, this is why Takopi original sin is used, because exposes child suffering, and the hermeneutical function is not replacing the scripture, but as an analogical bridge, because it will keep Matthew 18 and anime in critical dialogue. Next. So as I progress to the hermeneutics, I found these 4 because the first is becoming like children, the warning of scandal, the lost sheep and the absent shepherd, and the community discipline that missing koinonia in Takopi's original sin. Next. So the first thing we can take from the verse is often we see the Matthew 18 just as how we see children as innocent and as pure, and often we neglect or doesn't see its suffering. So the church is challenged to move beyond moralistic. Next. Okay, next. Once more. Next. Next. Okay. Okay, this is my point of view. Church is called to embody koinonia as a tangible safe space, restoring rather than abandoning. Next. So, the conclusion is, after we doing this kind of popular culturist biblical criticism, the enemy show the absence of protection and absence of koinonia, while Matthew 18 envision humility, safeguarding the vulnerable, seeking the lost, and restorative discipline. Okay, next. This is one of the endings.
それでも君がもう一人じゃない君たちがきっと大人になれるように
Okay, next. So that's it. Let's hope we can be a safe space for any children who is vulnerable as a community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Levi. What an interesting presentation. How to reclaiming solidarity through anime and the scripture. Yeah, how to put in dialogue the anime and the scripture. Too bad, unfortunately, our time is like very limited, so Levi cannot like fully elaborate on what he's been researching regarding anime, scripture, and solidarity. But we still have later. We still have a discussion time for you to ask. Okay, now we are going to go for our second panelist of the day. There are 2 of them. We have Fajar Soleman Buana Malelak and Yones Chaliola, and both of them will talk about human trafficking as an ecological crisis, Leonardo Boff's Liberation Eco-Theology as a proposal for Nusa Peti Mati. Ya, benar? I hope it's not wrong, but Fajar and Yones will talk about this, human trafficking as an ecological crisis, Leonardo Bob's liberation eco-theology as proposal for Nusa Peti Mati. So Fajar and Yones, you also have 15 minutes to present your interesting research. Fajar, are you there? And Yones, sudah ada?
I'm here, but Fajar, I think he has a little bit problem with the connection, and he tried to join again. So just hang on a little bit. Probably he will on the way to join this room.
Okay. So we cannot see you right now. Is it no more like we cannot see him right now in the screen? Is it possible for us to see you? Committee? Panitia? Tidak muncul lagi atau?
Okay, now Fajar on this room.
Okay, so please, you have 15 minutes to present your research. Silahkan Fajar. Fajar, he graduated from Satya Wacana University, undergraduate program in theology. Right now, are you doing your master degree, Fajar?
Not yet. I'm sorry.
Not yet. Okay. Okay, Fajar, the time is yours.
Okay. I just want to make sure my connection is better right now. Can you guys hear my voice clearly, guys? Hello?
You want to share your screen?
Can you guys hear my voice clearly?
Anybody on that room in that room hear Fajar voice clearly? He tried to make sure that his connection is getting better. So he asked whether people hear.
Yeah. We can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. So probably the committee, they can help us to present our share screen. So yeah, we can start our presentation.
Okay. Now we can see the screen, your presentation, your PowerPoint presentation. Please, Fajar and Yones.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my best lecturer, Kakaika. I'm very pleased to be here for this discussion. It's an honor for me to be present and talk about a very important issue in my province at East Nusa Tenggara Timur. As you know, we talk about human trafficking in NTT or Nusa Tenggara Timur. And I'm not alone here. I'm with my friend, Yones. And shall we start now? Yeah, we will begin with background of the problem. I will begin this presentation. Next, please next. I will begin this presentation with the statement: human trafficking is a systematic crime that has blended into the identity of the people of East Nusa Tenggara through religion and culture. And for information, the human trafficking of problem we're referring to here is the illegal recruitment of Indonesian migrant worker, or we call Pekerja Migran Indonesia, or PMI. The first one, through religion. The recruitment process infiltrates religious prayer fellowship, or we call persekutuan doa, which are believed to be the voice of God, or we call Suara Tuhan, promising liberation from the suffering of poverty. And the second one is through culture. This occurs through culture channels like Okomama. Okomama is a symbol of respect and intimacy used to initiate communication in the Dawan tradition of entity. And this process, I mean through culture, this process facilitated by traditional elders or orang tua adat is seen as a familial bond to address family economic challenge. And illegal field agents or perekrut lapangan collaborate with members of prayer fellowship and traditional elders to carry out these recruitments. I mean recruitments to Indonesian migrant workers. And from this, we want to say religion and culture are supposed to be fundamental pillars of entity society's identity. In strictly, fit as a path to liberation and unity. But however, ironically, these elements have been used as a modus operandi in the illegal recruitments of PMI or Pekerja Migran Indonesia. And this practice not only threatens the dignity of the community, but also clearly shows the strong presence of human trafficking in entity. And its existence is becoming more alarming because it has integrated into the social structure of the community by exploiting religious and cultural values. Okay, next. And now next to the root causes. Yeah, the root causes, there are three main root causes. The first one is economic, the second one is educational, and the last one socio-cultural. To explain these three causes, we will use the context of the village of Bokong, which is a known of hub for human trafficking in entity. For information, the people in Bokong are a community that migrated due to a government policy for the construction of a dam in the village of Tilong. This migration process had a negative impact to the community as some people lost their jobs, private land, rice fields, and livestock farms. These are negative impacts for the people in Bokong village. And then the negative impacts of migration have made the community vulnerable to poverty, leading to limited access to clean water, and then education, a lack of job opportunities, and gender inequality. Absolutely. And this reality, combined with life pressures, has become an entry point for the illegal recruitment of PMI. Therefore, these are root problems are exploited by using the deceitful, religious, and cultural pretext to address the challenge the community face. Okay, next. And then to respond this problem, given this phenomenon, it is crucial to respond to this issue or this problem. As a synod or synode, a very broad scope of service is Nusa Tenggara. Gereja Masih Injili di Timur or GEMIT has included the issue of human trafficking in the draft of the GEMIT principle of teaching, or we call PPAG, pokok-pokok aturan GEMIT, to demonstrate its seriousness in responding this phenomenon. Furthermore, GEMIT has also established the GEMIT House of Hope or Rumah Harapan GEMIT to provide holistic support and advocacy for victims of gender-based violence and then human trafficking and various other forms of modern slavery. In addition, there is collaboration with several NGOs like such as the Hanaf community with Pendeta Emi Sartian, and then with the Pasundan Christian Church, GKP, Sinode GKP, to prevent the proliferation of human trafficking cases in entity. And the next, our methodology, we used literature review. And as you can see, several theologians have already responded to this issue through various approach, like Menolak Diam book highlights the role of the Gemit in fighting human trafficking through an interdisciplinary or cross-disciplinary approach. Like Mary Colimon and her team show that human trafficking is a violation of the law, and that resistance to it is an ethical responsibility of the church. And then Lila Watengtera adds that this practice is related to land loss, environmental damage, to a specific theological framework hasn't yet been developed in response. And then another study, the book Tuhan Tak Berdagang, as you can see on the screen, was a collaborative effort with activists and theologians from Gemit and Sumba, similar to Menolak Diam. This book discusses how the church and victims work together to build a contextual theology. And Esther Damaris emphasizes that this process is part of faith resilience in the face of suffering. We have next, in our view, we have observed that this various approach focus on ethical, pastoral, and economic issues. But therefore, for us, or in our view, it is also important to view the problem of human trafficking through an ecological lens. This is because nature also experiences the same oppression and damage as the victims of human trafficking. It is tragic that human trafficking occurs because of the damage and disharmonious relationship between nature and humans. As a result, we want to say people choose to leave their village because nature is no longer able to sustain them as it has been damaged. That's all for me, or this concludes my part. My friend Jonas will continue the presentation, and we will elaborate about both. Jonas, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Fajar, for your presentation. It's interesting presentation. Can anybody hear my voice?
Yes.
Thank you, Kakaika, for the confirmation. So I will continue the presentation with, okay. So Fajar has been mentioned previously about some of theology that has been done about issue. They done the research about the issue of human trafficking. However, they just stop to see that human trafficking is an issue of ethical and pastoral and also economic. And we see that they haven't seen yet that nature as a victim as well. So we present our stand that nature is a part of victim in a practice of human trafficking. Because environmental degradation creates poverty and vulnerability, which is our main factor behind human trafficking. Because, as Fajar mentioned, because of there is no land, so people they leave their village because of they couldn't make something or they couldn't make money for their land. And we use Leonardo both because simply Leonardo tried to acknowledge that human and nature is a mutual interrelated relationship of suffering. And we believe that both theology of liberation become an important and relevant framework for responding to this situation. Next, both believe that God is on the side of the oppressed and that Christian faith must be manifested through create action against injustice. This is a really interesting perspective that both emphasize that sin is both personal and structural, embodied in economic and political system that perpetuate poverty and exploitation. And both idea about liberation theology and eco-theology, it crystallized, in my perspective, crystallized in his book, Cry of the Earth, the Cry of the Earth, Cry of the Poor. Next slide. This is the book of Leonardo. I mean, this is the Leonardo books that I think Leonardo idea about eco-theology is crystallized in his book. This is my own perspective when I read this book. And both said that eco-theology crisis and human suffering result from the same exploitative economic system. And this is both acknowledge that nature is not merely an object, but God creation, which has dignity and the right to live. The relationship between human and nature must be based on solidarity, shared responsibility, and ecological spirituality that affirm the value of life as a whole. And the next slide, we found that both ideas about eco-theology is really relevant. Both liberation and eco-theology highly applicable to fight human trafficking in the region affected by environmental degradation. Because human suffering cannot be separated from ecological suffering. We believe it. And it also represents on the idea of both books that I mentioned previously.
2 minutes. Sorry, Jonas, 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes
Okay,
left.
thank
Okay,
you.
I will make it faster. Thank you, Kaika, for the time. Reminder me. And in our proposal, we see that the construction of nature is the work of human must be liberated. So in the next slide, you can continue until the applicable implication for the slide. In the implication, we see that both idea, it goes beyond mere ethical resilience approach and invite the church to be transformative. In other words, it defends that victim and fight to restore humanity's relationship with the wounded of earth. So both human and human suffering and earth suffering is intertwined, and both address this. Therefore, we try to bring on the table this issue. And to make more practicable, we try to take, next slide, one of the community Lakwat Kejawas, it is initiated by Diki Senda. For them, the earth is skin, rocks are bones, trees are hair, and water is blood flowing through the human body. And this belief represent also how they react with the nature or the earth. They respect equally as they respect human beings. And they believe that the forest is not a commodity, but rather a source for life. And more than that, a source of culture, identity, and sustainability. To make it faster, I just want to the conclusion. In conclusion, human trafficking in East Nusa Tenggara is not merely a social, economic, or legal issue or ethical issue or many other things, but it also an ecological crisis. Leonardo Boff Liberation Eco-Theology offer a compelling proposal for Nusa Peti Mati, a land where suffering is buried in silence. Both insist that both human and nature are victims of the same oppressive structure and must be liberated together. That's all our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and I will give the time for Kak Ika.
Okay, thank you very much, Fajar and Yones. Thank you. So we heard two interesting topics. The first one about solidarity, anime, and scripture, and the second one about human trafficking and peti mati, right? So the what is it? the term nusa peti mati is very interesting. Okay, so we have 15 minutes for our discussion. Silahkan ada yang mau bertanya, you can use Indonesian or you can use English. Bertanya, berefleksi, memberi komentar, dipersilahkan. Ada? Ada? Ini semuanya karena sudah lelah kayaknya. Oke, so panitia bisa bertanya, ya. Jadi tidak harus peserta saja, panitia bertanya. Kalau belum ada, oke, let me start with Levi. Levi, why reclaiming solidarity and not claim, but why you use the term reclaiming? Is there any like philosophical or anything like behind the term reclaiming?
Okay, about the title, why I use reclaiming, because in the main idea of the gospel, I think the solidarity is one of the most repeated issue and things. And often we see like in Luke about any parables. So in this time, I shift to Matthew 18 that often just use as that make child just like innocent and be like an example, be like a child, something like that. But by doing this work, I said reclaiming because I think deep down we can be a better person when we just not think child just as an innocent being, but child can also be a vulnerable being that needs our solidarity.
Okay, thank you, Levi. So reclaiming means we claim and then it lost probably, or it's like different meaning and then we reclaim again. Something like that? Okay, okay, thank you, Levi, for Fajar and Yones.
Yes, we can hear you, Kaka. Fajar, probably you want to respond. Why we use petimati for the term of our topic?
Okay, thank you, Ernest. I'm sorry. My voice is. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, I can hear you, but I don't know whether they hear you or not.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Yeah, we use the term of nusa peti mati because, as you know, like in East Nusa Tenggara, the problem about the human trafficking in East Nusa Tenggara is very important. It's very long time to solve this problem, but until now the problem is unsolved for us. That's why we use the term of nusa peti mati, because the victims, all the statistics of the victims every year have the high level for the victims. That's why we use the nusa peti mati. Maybe Eunice, you can.
Okay, can I will add a little bit. I will add a little bit. So basically, we use term petimati because statistically, we see that as Nusa Tenggara, it is one of the main center for illegal human trafficking, and it has been proved statistically. Therefore, we think that use term nusa peti mati, it is probably the one of the provoking term that we try to bring on the table. So yeah, that's probably the reason why we use nusa peti mati that I can respond. Thank you, Kaka.
Okay, thank you, Fajar and Yones. So, Levi, Fajar, Yones, do you want to speak or you want to give comment? Yeah, like Levi give comments to Fajar and Yones' presentation, and also vice versa. Fajar and Yones want to say something to Levi, please. Is there any question for Levi? Levi, is there any question for Fajar and Yones? Okay, so because you also mentioned about church solidarity, and also Fajar and Yones also talk about Gemit, right, as a church. So can you say more on your part regarding church solidarity, and also from both of you regarding Gemit solidarity and your proposal for Nusa Peti Mati?
Okay. So about church solidarity, I think it's still entangled with the reclaiming aspect. So I think after I use this biblical criticism, I realized that the term be like children is not just about be innocent, but be consider about what they face. So as a church, we should care more about children because it's not just a symbol, it's a reality that often we forget or even we neglect as shown by data. So I think the church must, as this chapter said, must be a koinonia to guide and to be a safe space for the children. So the reclaiming part is we, in the gospel, we must protect, but often we forget, so that we reclaim that solidarity that have been teach for us from the gospel.
Okay, thank you, Levi. So when we talk about theology, when we talk about koinonia, the solidarity aspect, I think it's embedded between the term or the concept of theology and the term or the concept of koinonia or community, right? In itself, solidarity is there. Okay, Fajar and Yones, you want to say something about the church solidarity about regarding human trafficking, ecological crisis? Can you do you want to elaborate more on that issue?
Fajar, do you wanna go first?
You can go first, Jonas.
Okay. Um, Talking about human trafficking, I think this is a complex issue, and some of theologians they have done research on ethical issue and some of the things that I have mentioned previously. And I think ecological issue is must be uh, the main thing that church need to see because of people they didn't have any land at all to uh, doing for their activities. In fact, they need to go outside to their village in order to get money or uh, food to survive. So church need to work together with some of the community that have been done practical like this. Like I mentioned, the Kesenda. I think Lakot Kujawas community that have initiated by the Kesenda. I think they have done such amazing things. How they respect the nature because they believe that forests provide the food, forests provide their identity, and with collaborate having solidarity with such community, it can strengthen how church doing their theology. That's I think my perspective.
Okay, Fajar,
Fajar,
you want to
you
add
wanna add?
something on that?
Yeah, I think you honest. Yeah. In our view, like what I said before on my presentation, um, it is it is tragic that human trafficking occurs because of the damage and disharmonious relationship between nature and humans. And then we think we have to we have to um, we have to see the this problem on the other view, like our theory in ecological, so that because people, the victims or the victims or the people choose to leave their village because nature is no longer able to sustain them as it has been damaged. That's the important thing that we have to know about the ecological and human trafficking.
Okay, thank you, Jonas and Fajar. Is there any question from the participants here? Comments? Question? Okay, so your last, your conclusion? I think I can go first with Levi and, not, with Jonas and Fajar, and then Levi, you can give your final statement. Please. Final statement from both of you, Fajar and Jonas.
Fajar?
You still mute. Okay.
I'm sorry. My bad. Jonas, you can go first, please.
Okay. Final statement. Actually, I just want to say that doing theology in a term of ethical, economical, it is important, but the most important things, in my perspective, eco-theology or work with community that have been done in such amazing thing like Dickinson that I mentioned before. I emphasize to them because I think they have done really, really astonishing. So doing eco-theology and see that poverty is intertwined is really important in our society nowadays. That's, I think, for me. Thank you, Gagan.
Thank you, Jonas. Fajar?
Okay, for my closing statement, I would say human trafficking must continue to be combated from various fields. Everyone must pay close attention to this issue. And we must also look at nature and human harmony. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
So for my closing statement, solidarity is both theological vision and urgent praxis. So I already laid down the theological vision. So the church is called to embody a community where children's vulnerability is recognized, their wounds healed, and their voices valued.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So it's been a long day for us. Thank you, our three panelists. We learned a lot. So we learned about being solidarity with children, with those who are the victims of human trafficking, with the nature. And before, we learned that we need to have solidarity with the underprivileged or migrant workers, women migrant workers, such as in Hong Kong. So I think for us, our takeout, there are several interesting concepts that I want you to bring back home. The first one is like, I really love the term reclaiming, right? And then also we can use another term, reimagining, and then revitalizing. Reclaiming, reimagining, revitalizing solidarity. Because it's all there, actually. The value, the virtue, the ethics, it's all there. Our culture and also our religious principles. But then due to digital alienation, social isolation, globalization, capitalism, we lose it for a while. So that is why we need to reclaim, reimagine, and revitalize solidarity. Thank you very much. Let us give a big round of applause for all of us, the panelists, but also for all of you who are here until this time. Because some of the participants already go home, well, went back home like probably an hour ago, but you're still here, so thank you very much. And I hope there's a lot of insights that we gain from our today's conference, as well as our today's panelists. Thank you very much. God bless us all. We are about to pray. Atau foto dulu, panitia? Let us give a big round of applause also for our MC.
Okay, so before the photo session and closing prayer, there's a little bit announcement from the Senate of Faculty. So we will have like questionnaire and the conclusion. And those two things will be delivered by QR. Jadi nanti akan ada questionnaire dari questionnaire dari LK untuk menjamin mutu dari kegiatan ini. Itu akan sangat penting untuk evaluasi dan juga untuk review kegiatan ini ke depannya. Jadi nanti akan ada QR yang dibagikan, teman-teman mohon untuk isi questionnaire dari QR itu, dan juga akan ada link konklusi. What is this link? This is a link of you guys, so for all of you guys that want to give a conclusion by the form of Google form or PDF or whatever it is, you can deliver by that QR. Jadi kalau teman-teman ada konklusi, ada mau memberikan kesimpulan dari semua materi ini, teman-teman boleh dikirimkan melalui kode QR yang sudah yang akan dibagikan kepada teman-teman. So untuk panitia mungkin boleh membagikan atau ya bisa menampilkan atau langsung membagikan saja kode QR kepada peserta. Oke, sekian saja pengumumannya, Bu. Terima kasih.
Oke, kita sesi foto bersama. Bagaimana caranya kita mengatur? Kita turun ke bawah. Oke. Okay, so come closer so we can have a good group picture. Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you also Deva, Doki, and Gilang. trafficking. Thank you very much, everyone. We're about to have our closing prayer. Who will pray?
So, ladies and